Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Srinivasan ji. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning,
Good
dear.
morning,
Good
sir.
morning, Shyam Kiran ji. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Dr. Shyam Kiran.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Dr. Chakravarti. Good morning, Dr. Khosla. Sir, are you there?
Yeah, very good morning. Very good morning.
Dr. LP Singh, shall we start?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, please. You
Dr.
can start.
Mr. Deepan Sahu is there. Sahu, sir, good morning.
Yes, I am here. Please start.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. Sahu, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Okay. Honorable Dean Research and Consultancy, Professor J.N. Chakravarti, respected Professor Arun Khosla, President, Innovation Council, Chief guest of today's event, Mr. Deepan Sahu, Assistant Innovation Director, Innovation Cell, Ministry of Education, Mr. Subrat Sahu, Indian Patent Officer, Government of India, Mr. Sameer Panda, CEO and founder, TJ Tires, Dr. Lakhvinder Pal Singh, convener, IIC and Innovation Club, Dr. T. Srinivasa, Dr. Sameveer, faculty members, dear participants, good morning all. Indeed, it's a matter of pleasure for me to accord a winsome welcome to all on the occasion of inaugural ceremony of one-day national workshop on innovation, IPR and startups organized by Innovation Club and Institute Innovation Council, NIT Jalandhar. Since the commencement, the Innovation Club and IICE have been evolving as a viable models for supporting innovation not only within the institution but across the national and international boundaries. I am extremely delighted to share with you that NIT Jalandhar has been placed in the band Excellent as per the recent RA 2021 ranking. And this workshop is particularly pertinent to the current day in which the COVID-19 pandemic has affected every aspect of human life. So hence the current workshop employs a systematic strategy to stimulate, direct, inspire the innovative endeavors of young minds by emphasizing on innovation, IPR and startups. And we are confident that your unique ideas will assist the nation to recover economically and contribute to its growth as a whole. I acknowledge the guidance and assistance of our worthy director to host this event. Thank you very much, sir. We are grateful to our worthy chief guest, Mr. Deepan Sahu, Assistant Innovation Director, Ministry of Education, Mr. Subrat Sahu, Indian Patent Officer, Mr. Sameer Panda, CEO and Founder, TJ Tires, for accepting our invitation. Now, I request Convener Innovation Club and IAC, Dr. L. Singh, to share the significance and objectives of the event. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shamkiran. Respected expert and chief guest of the day, Mr. Deepan Sahu ji, who is the Director, Assistant Director, Innovation Director, National Coordinator of Innovation Institute Innovation Councils of AICT and Ministry of Higher Education, Delhi. Professor J.N. Chakravarti ji, Dean Research and Consultancy, Dr. Arun Khosla, President, Institute Innovation Council, and my dear colleague and friend, Dr. Srinivasan and Dr. Shamkiran, all the esteemed participants from various organizations and institutions. I extend my heartiest welcome to you all for this one-day workshop on innovation, IPR and startups. As already mentioned by Dr. Shamkiran, that the objective of this particular event or such events is always to encourage to develop the ecosystem within the institute, because from the year 2016, when we established Innovation Club at our institute, we organized that event, namely Innovesta and Technovesta and all. Many events are organized every year, and we have a very enriched experience of various experts, and till date, many startups have been identified from within the institute, especially from our UG students. Their innovative ideas, they have been explored, and that will be mentioned, I think, by Dr. Khosla. In our technology incubator, we have 25 startups already, which are running, and they are being mentored and incubated by the incubation of our institution. So, without taking much of time, I would like to mention here that we at NIT Jalandhar are always committed to motivate our youngsters, especially the UG, PG scholars and PhD scholars, to come up with the innovative ideas and explore that idea, maybe in the form of some prototype, or maybe to have some business idea. And definitely, it's not like that we should be job seeker after completing our graduation or MTech or PhD. Rather, we should be able to provide the jobs to others. So if some entrepreneurs are there from our each batch of UG and PG, then definitely I can say that the purpose will be served of Innovation Council and Innovation Clubs and IACs at the higher education institutions. So, because this Make in India vision, this workshop is basically to familiarize the participant with the fundamentals of innovation, startup, and intellectual property rights, and it has got a focus on filling the making you conversant with the filing procedure of IPR and different facilities offered by the Government of India and different offices for the promotion of IPRs and startups. And additionally, the workshop will be able to inform you all that from where you can get funding. Different platforms are available, because our resource persons, they will make you aware regarding that. So this workshop is basically designed very systematically, and the experts have been requested to make their deliberations to make you aware in all these three aspects that mentioned in the title of the workshop. So that implies a methodological strategy to strive the innovative endeavors of young minds, basically. And at the end, I would like to thank all the experts of this workshop. Special thanks to our worthy director, who is always there to motivate us, to support us, and encourage us to take up the initiative to organize such events. I'm grateful to the worthy director for providing administrative as well as financial support and approval. I'm grateful to our Dean Research for sparing his valuable time to being with us and motivate us. Grateful to the President of Innovation Council, who's always there. Dr. Khosla is always there for any kind of help or support or any kind of mentoring. And last but not least, the participants. The participants, without the participation, no event is successful, and I'm highly overwhelmed and very delighted to see such a great participation. And special thanks to our worthy speakers of the day and the chief guest of our inauguration ceremony. I wish all the participants a great learning from this workshop, and thank you very much. Have a nice day and stay blessed. With these words, I would like to request Dr. Arun Khosla ji to please share his words of wisdom with us. Dr. Arun Khosla. Over to Dr. Arun Khosla.
Thank you, Dr. Latvinder. A very, very good morning to all. First of all, on behalf of NI2J family, let me extend a very, very warm welcome to all the participants. Because without their presence, any event, it doesn't carry any meaning. And this is the event that has been planned for the students, for the faculty. Because if you talk of any platform, innovation is always considered as a buzzword. Everyone is talking about innovation at all levels, whether it is the highest office or maybe universities, corporates. And believe me, this is the only mantra of survival today. This is the only mantra for growth today. So whatever we want to do, we will have to innovate, and that is the only way through which we can survive. And there are so many examples around us. And obviously in today's workshop, experts are available. They'll be sharing their experience. They'll be sharing certain things with you. They'll be sharing with you to make us realize the importance of innovation, how we can innovate. I'm extremely thankful to the speakers of the day, Mr. Deepan Sahu, Assistant Innovation Director, National Coordinator, ISC, AICTE, and Mr. Sameer Panda, CEO and founder, TJ Tires Tata, Mr. Subrat Sahu, Indian Patent Officer, Government of India. So I'm extremely thankful to the speakers of the day, and my gratitude to the event organizers, Dr. L.P. Singh, Dr. Srinivas, Dr. Shyam Kiran Kaur, because they have been working in the background, because what is culminating today, that is the effort of so many days. So we have been organizing event, so we can very well understand and appreciate the efforts that goes behind in organizing such events. So my gratitude to the organizers. I was just looking at the International Property Rights Index, and as per the data of 2021, we stand at number 57, and the lead is taken by, in terms of number, USA stands at number 1, but in terms of this index, the leader is Switzerland. As per a report, the average per capita income disparity between IPR's top quintile and bottom quintile countries is 19x. So that means this figure is fair enough to communicate to us what is the importance of innovation, because the way, if we are innovating, so everybody is getting benefited, as an individual, as an organization, as a state, as a country. So we are going to be benefited. So it's not like that when you say innovation, we have to attend these workshops. So we really have to understand the meaning, and we have to blend it with our day-to-day activities, whether it is academics, whether it is a major minor project, whether it is startup idea. That is the power of innovation. So with these words, again, I'm thankful to all the expert speakers, to the this event organizers, to Professor Jain Chakravarti, and our worthy director, Professor Kinoti. So I wish all the participants great learning. And please, one very important thing is, another way to innovate is to interact. Feel free to interact, feel free to raise any questions, inquiries, and that is going to be, I'm sure that you are going to have a wonderful experience. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Khosla, for this motivating words, and I'm sure that the participants will take your suggestions, and in future they'll work for the nation. Thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to request Professor Jain Chakravarti to please address our participants. Sir, over to you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Hello, good morning to the experts, organizers, and participants in the one-day online online national workshop entitled Innovation, IPR, and Startups by the Innovation Club, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, National Institute of Technology, Jalandhar. We all know that innovation is the backbone of the progress of the society, and without it, the society can survive and compete in these days. The world can only thrive on modern and sustainable ideas. At the same time, keeping the innovation earned through hard work of one's copyright becomes extremely essential to escape from its duplicacy. The so-called innovation and IPRs gives birth of startups or transfer of or application of the innovation to the society through coordinated approach. To achieve all these fundamental knowledge in these areas is the prerequisite for smooth handling of all these things. I am glad to welcome eminent experts in these fields, among us Mr. Deepan Sahu, the chief guest of this workshop and Assistant Innovation Director, National Coordinator, IIC, ICT, MHRD, New Delhi. Mr. Sameer Panda, CEO and founder, TJ Tires Startup, and Mr. Subrat Sahu, Indian Patent Officer, Government of India. I hope their expertise in these areas will enrich the skill as well as level of knowledge of participants and enable them to carry forward these ideas to the best of their career. I too welcome the participants for their interest in the workshop. I extend thanks to Dr. Shyam Kiran Kaur, Coordinator, IAC, Dr. L.P. Singh, Convener of the Innovation Club, Dr. Arun Khosla, President, IIC, and Dr. Srinivas, Vice President, IIC, for organizing this one-day online mode national workshop entitled Innovation, IPR, and Startups by the Innovation Club. I too extend thanks to our Honorable Director for his kind permission and all the necessary arrangements to organize this workshop. Thank you all. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, Professor J.N. Chakravarti, for your words of wisdom and briefing about this event. Now, I would like to request our chief guest, Mr. Deepan Sahu, to address our participants. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning, and thank you, Dr. Shama Kiran, for coordinating this beautiful event. I really thanks to Director of NIT Jalandhar, the President of IIC, Professor Arun Khosla ji, and the convener of IIC, Dr. L.P. Singh ji, the Dean, Dr. Dr. J.N. Chakravarti ji, and my expert colleagues, Samir Panda ji and Subrat Sahu ji, and the participants, beneficiaries, and enthusiastic participants, those are waiting to listen to the experts, especially in the theme of innovation, IPR, and startup. And the experts are here and they are expert in their respective fields, and they will touch upon the points which will help you in figuring out certain things. What sometimes it is very difficult to hear this kind of things from the person, those have experienced and gone through the phase of IPR or the startup, or you can say the policies. So today, I think it is going to be a very meaningful day for us, and we will utilize the whole day in an efficient way, so that in next 3 to 4 years, whatever we will listen or what we will interact through that, we will get so many things, and we will make use of it for different purpose. But let me touch upon various points. Actually, we should think about it. Just before me, Dr. Arun Khosla ji mentioned 2-3 things, and really I like to highlight these points. One thing he mentioned, the innovation and startup or IP, what we are saying, earlier it was acting as a buzzword, but now it is a surviving tool. It is very, very true. So see how the paradigm shift happened from buzzword to a survival tool, and now everybody has to accommodate and has to think innovatively to survive. Without this, we can't survive, we can't thrive in this competitive world. This is the first thing I want to endorse. And the second thing is that Dr. L.P. Singh mentioned that job seeking shift has been shifted from the job creator, and this paradigm shift is also, it's obvious to happen, and naturally it's a natural phenomenon, and we have to accept it, and we have to change our behavior, mindset, and approach, and we have to now project and you have to think about, like, now we should how we will act as a job creator rather than job seeker. And second thing, another one thing also I have noticed, that when we are trying to tell about our achievements, we always use the very common word called something we want to do, something will happen. So actually this something says that we are in a very nascent stage of the ecosystem. When this something word will be replaced with a specific word, I want to achieve this, I want to achieve that, I want to achieve this number. When this kind of words, when the specific thing will come, then that will be indication of our maturity level. So that means still Indian startup ecosystem in a nascent stage, we are moving towards the maturity, but still the maturity has not arrived. And we have to, being an ecosystem enabler or the educational institute, also have to think about it. So how we will communicate strongly, specifically, objectively when we are trying to conduct or we are trying to showcase our achievement, so that a strong message will goes to the community, and they will see the confidence on the ecosystem enablers, and that confidence will percolate down to the other members or the other agencies, so that they will also join with the movement, right? So this is the one thing I want to highlight. And let's comes to the two major things where every institute has to focus upon. One is the capacity, second is the capability. When I say the capacity, it is called infrastructure and resources kind of things. When I say the capability, it is the human resources ability, the human capital capability, the competency within the team, the vision, the all kind of things has to come together. So both capacity and capability has to be go together, and institute and every ecosystem enablers has to build both capacity and capability in a parallel fashion. Then only both will merge and will converge at the point of goal and objective, and finally we will achieve our objective. Neither both will go parallelly, and if that both will not converge at some point, then again there will be a paralysis will happen, the objective paralysis or policy paralysis will happen. So that things also every institute has to focus upon. Now comes to the another important thing Dr. Arun Khosla ji mentioned, that is called information seeking, right? Information seeking means somebody is seeking some information, like maybe the startups or the innovators or kind of things. So they need information. That means there should be some information provider. So who is going to provide that information? That is playing a very critical role. What type of quality information, what kind of relevant information, what frequency of information that we are going to provide also play a bigger role in developing this kind of ecosystem in the campuses. So both information provider and information seeker has to be in the same pace, and there should be best tuning between these two elements, and the outcome should be acting upon these informations. If somebody is only seeking information but not acting upon the information, then also there is some difficult, some problems is there. So when we are trying to build off, then we have to think all these elements of the ecosystem which will actually bridge the gap, and they will help us to quantify and also will create the visibility and impact at the end. Now comes to the last I want to touch upon, that is we all are very much aware about the common and very general way of scouting innovation is conducting idea challenges. But I have some different views. When we are telling about the idea challenges or idea competitions, then actually we are saying that there is a competition between two things and they are trying to get the best. And sometimes when you are trying to do some competition of the challenges, intentionally or unknowingly, we are ignoring the collaboration aspect. So what we have to redefine the competition challenge, that competition with collaboration should be embedded, then only best innovations will come off. If competitions without collaboration will happen, I think only competition will be there, but no much innovations will come up. So these are the few important observations I have to make here, and I think I have my session in the afternoon, and I will make further detail and focus on certain aspects. So I think I should wind up here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for this well-informed dialogue, motivating and thought-provoking talk. Thank you so much. And now I would like to invite Dr. Srinivasa to propose a vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, madam. I hope I am audible to all of you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Deepan Sahu, Chief Guest of this workshop, Assistant Innovation Director, Dr. Jain Chakravarti, Dean RNC, Dr. Arun Khosla, IIC President, Dr. LP Singh, IIC Convener, Mr. Samir Panda, CEO and founder of Teach Ties and Startups, Mr. Subrat Sahu, Indian Patent Officer, Government of India, Dr. Shyam Kiran Kaur and Dr. Samir Singh, coordinators of IIC, students coordinators, members of IIC, and all. A very good morning to all, and warm welcome to this one-day National Workshop on Innovation, IPR and Startups, organized by Innovation Club and IIC of MOE, Ministry of Education, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, National Institute of Technology, Jalandhar. It is my great pleasure to present a vote of thanks to this August. This is one-day workshop event. We are grateful to our Professor B.K. Kanozia, Director, for his support and motivation from the beginning for the smooth conduction of this program. This FDP is scheduled with 3 sections. We thank all the speakers for accepting our invitation despite of their busy schedule. And thanks to our Dean Research and Consultancy and IIC President Arun Khosla for valuable suggestions and timely support. And thanks to the Innovation Club and the team, especially Dr. LP Singh and their valuable association. And our sincere gratitude to Mr. Bhupender Singh a scientific officer of this computer center, for handling this event in YouTube live streaming. Thanks to the account department and purchase and PRO, faculty, staff for their timely support and cooperation. And thanks to the teaching and non-teaching members of departments and centers for association of this event. I wish to appreciate the efforts of ISC team, students, faculty, coordinators, and members for these workshops. I'm grateful to the media for coverage of this workshop. We thank all the participants for their interest and cooperation in these workshops. Our wholehearted thanks to the participants for their involvement in this event. Finally, we thank who directly or indirectly involved in this organization of this workshop. Once again, thanks to all. Jai Hind.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivasa, for highlighting the dynamic force behind this event and acknowledging them. Thanks to you, sir. You are also part of our wonderful team. And now I would like to introduce our worthy speaker of our first session, Mr. Sameer Panda, a CEO and founder, TJ Tires. Mr. Panda is a leader, innovator, employee turned entrepreneur who has left a job to create jobs. His innovations on road safety to tire technology have been awarded by NASA Tech Brief, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, Niti Aayog, NRDC. As a founder, his work starts with innovation to team selection, financial modeling to fundraising, planning to execution, regulatory compliance to motivating team. He is an expert in his field with a rich experience as a founder, Billionaire.com, co-founder P. Sagar Incorporation, a legal and managerial consultancy firm, senior associate Anand and Anand, senior manager in Tata Motors for 4 years. He is also an alumnus of international institutes of repute such as University of Texas Austin, Stanford University, Graduate School of Business. And the title of his talk is IPR Strategy for Startups. I'm pleased to invite Mr. Panda for his talk. Over to you.
Good morning, Dr. Shyam Kiran.
Good morning, Dr. Cham.
Good morning, Dr. LP Singh.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. May I have the privilege to interact with the speakers for 2 minutes? Dr. Shyam Kiran?
Yes, ma'am. Do you have any question or like?
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay, so we are about to start our first session. Like, if you have a specific question to Mr.
My
Dipin,
specific question is to Mr. Dipin.
So, ma'am, Deepan Sahu sir is there.
Sonia ma'am, if it will be great if we can let the session go and after the session, please.
Okay.
Because yet just Dr. Mr. Sameer Pandaji is just about to start,
Yes.
and I have not listened a single word, even not nobody has.
Okay.
It's the
He's
beginning
just
of the
about to
session.
speak something, ma'am. Sorry, just wait for some
not
time.
at all. It
In
is
between,
always
we can
listen to
interact
such
with Mr. Sameer Panda, if you permit, sir. And
Yes,
I
sir.
think let us first let the things go. Sameerji, please, over to Mr. Sameer Panda.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks a lot for the invitation.
Good
Thanks a
morning.
lot. Thanks a lot for organizing such a wonderful event. And special thanks to Deepan and Dr. Kaur because both of them followed up with me many times so that I could prepare the things well in advance. Thank you. And before I start my presentation, let me tell some background about it. At the beginning of my career, I was a IPR guy. I had filed several patent applications, have filed a lot of oppositions, all the hearings I have attended. There are a lot of infringement cases. Then I thought of going for entrepreneurship and startup. And then I faced a different kind of world. So it is just not IPR. There are a lot of things into it, starting from the decreasing of the cost, how to maximize the benefit of the IPR, how to capture the innovation, and all these details. So I would be capturing all these things in my presentation, try to capture all these things in my presentation. And I would like to say that I will try to finish it within 30 minutes, and next 30 minutes we can go for question answer session. Can I present now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please, sir. Please, please.
A Indian entrepreneur will not even take up an innovative idea immediately. He or she is a Debian entrepreneur will wait for some time and see whether that idea or the innovation works.
Whether
I
my
request
screen is,
all the participants to please kindly mute yourself. Yes.
whether my screen is visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So when we are thinking about the IPR strategy, so I will say one thing that only the intellect that differentiates human beings from animals. So or else everyone has the same requirements like food, shelter, safety, securities, and all other things. Or else human beings are intellectual. That's why they are able to make a difference, and they are able to progress from all other animals in the world. So when we are thinking about any technology for technology development for any startup, there are different phases of the technology development. Initially, the innovators guys, they find out a problem, and then they try to solve that problem. And once the solution is there, there would be a lot of glitches in that solution. There would be a lot of problems in that solution. So maybe it will not work properly. It might, like the Ola electric vehicle is now catching fire. So whenever there is a new innovation coming into the market, then there would be this kind of problems, and that is going to happen. So at that stage, hardly 2.5% of the people adopt that innovation. So innovators part is in total population, the 2.5% would be adopting that innovation initially. Then the early adopters come, that is 13.5%. So almost 15 to 16% of the people would be adopting these startups concept, startups products, startup services in a stage of 3 to 4 years or 5 years or maximum 6-7 years. Once the early adopters start adopting, then the startup face a lot of big challenges, like big companies will be jumping into it. So earlier there was, let's say, small electric vehicle manufacturer, then bigger manufacturers like Ola electric vehicle, Hero, Ether, all these guys came into the field. Even let's say in the car segment, Tesla was the beginner, then slowly other people are catching up. So when the early adopters start adopting, then the big players understand the potential of the market, and then they try to capture the market. And here the big challenges come. And if the startup has not protected the IPs, then they will lose out at this stage. So in the second stage, around 50% of the people will come, and slowly the technology will get obsolete, and that would be replaced by a new technology. And to be ahead of the technology all the time, the innovators, the startup founders have to innovate and find out new solution every 2 to 3 years. So being an innovator will always keep these people ahead of competition and keep ahead of the big sharks in the market. As you said that there are around 25 startups incubated in your in your incubator. So I would like to say, give this suggestion to these people that they should not think that in 2 years or 3 years or 5 years the startup journey is going to end. They should think that they are going to make a career out of it, and it should continue for 20 years or 30 years or beyond their life. So if they think that they have to work it beyond their life, then they will have to create a culture where the innovation will be coming up from the new joinees, the old people, the workers in the shop floor, or the salesmen. Everyone can find out an innovation and they can propose to the founders or the team or the innovation team, so that they can capture this innovation and slowly try to build a newer version of the product and move ahead. So what is an innovation? Everyone thinks about the solution. No, creating a solution is not an innovation. Identifying a problem is actually where the innovation starts. So if you don't know the problem, then you will not able to find a solution. So there is a beautiful book for engineers. I don't remember the name of the book. It was like, if we build, whether someone will buy or not. Entrepreneurs, if you build something, then someone will buy or not. So usually engineers think in a different way. They think that, okay, this is a problem. I am trying to solve this problem, and this is my innovation. And this innovation should be, we should be able to sell this innovation in the market. This doesn't happen. You will have to find the problem in the market. Once you find the problem in the market, then you find the solution. Then you brainstorm, and then you find out 10 or 20 or 30 different varieties of solutions. And out of that, 3 or 4 will be perfectly fitting to the market, and 1 or 2 would be you can able to scale it up to one level where you can make a lot of market share. So it is always finding the right problem makes a difference. So if let us take our example. In TJ Tires, we found out the problem that there is a tire burst happening every now and then, and in every tire burst there is some accidents, and every day almost 415 people are getting killed, 1538 people are getting injured, almost 3% of GDP is lost because of the accidents. And in accidents, which part we can take care of? Then we thought that, okay, let us take care of the tire part, because hardly anyone is focusing on this part. So we try to develop a technology which can prevent the burst and which can prevent the puncture. So in that way, we try to solve a problem. So first you have to find a problem, then solve it. So in any product, there can be a lot of IPs. Like in our product, we have patent for the anti-burst, anti-puncture technology, and the design for the trade, how it looks, how it feels, the trademark for our logo, copyright for the safety for the unstoppable kind of thing. So in any product, you can have 10 or 20 or 15 IPs embedded into it. So if, let us say, in patent, we have 18 patents for the technology, maybe the product, maybe the process, the solutions into it, and all the variations by which you can achieve into that product. In design, you can have different kind of look and feel, and then you can capture the design. And in trademark also, one can go for different kinds of trademarks, trade names, or where they can go for a different variety of product in future. In copyright, there can be a slogan kind of thing, and then they can go for that. Okay, so there are a lot of kind of IPs like patent, trademark, copyright, design, geographical indication, trade secret, plant breeder's right, and SIC layout, and many things. So we feel that okay, the founder of the US patent office said that in his lifetime all the patents will be captured in US and there would not be any patents filed afterwards. But before he retired, the number of patents filed in USA increased, and all the technologies are getting evolved from one point to another point to another point. And earlier, let's say the evolution of the technology was taking 10 to 12 years or 15 years. Now the evolution of the technology is taking hardly 3 years, 4 years, 2 years. And in electronics, it is like 18 months, 17 months, 16 months kind of thing. So in automobile, it is around 41, 48 months kind of thing. So in different industries, in pharmaceuticals, at the beginning, the time period of one technology was around 18 years, 17 years. And in Corona time, you saw, all of us saw that the vaccine was developed in hardly few months time. Earlier, the vaccine development was taking 12 months, 12 years, 14 years kind of time. So the technology is evolving very fast. And when the technology is evolving very fast, then there would be a lot of innovation. So when there is a lot of innovation, then there would be a lot of IPs. So earlier in 1700, it was mechanization, steam power, industry 1.0. Then the mass production assembly line started. And then automation, computer and electronics started. And now in industry 4.0, the cyber, physical systems, Internet of Things, networks, all these things are getting involved in all the industries. So when we are going for the industry 4.0, then there will be a lot of IPs into it. So whenever all the startups or the researchers whoever is working in this industry 4.0, they have a lot of scope of filing or protecting a lot of IPs. People think that okay, one innovation might be having one patent, 2 patent or 3 patents. So I am trying to give you an example. I will be giving you an example afterwards. So in industry 4.0, let us say if you are working in the sensor part. So in the sensor part, you can have different kinds of sensors. Maybe only in thermal sensors, there can be varieties of ways the sensors can be manufactured, varieties of ways the sensor can sense, varieties of ways the sensor can capture the data and send it to some network, varieties of ways the sensor can be protected from let's say different environment, maybe heat, maybe water, maybe corrosion and other things. So in each aspect there can be several patents. So let's say in industry 4.0 there would be industrial IoT. So IoT has been a buzzword since last 4-5 years. Network centric is also known to many people. So all these things can be has a lot of potential for a lot of IPs into it. Let's see how many IPs has been developed by top 10 automobile manufacturers in last 10 years. In last 10 years, almost 4,86,616 patents has been filed by all top 10 automobile manufacturers. And out of that, almost 1,80,000 has been granted and 4 lakhs has been in application stage. Okay, so in engine, there can be patents for pistons, piston rings, engine valves, fuel injection system, carburetors, cooling systems, powertrain, gear, so what not. Okay, so let us take an example of only patents of the shock absorber, and you will be shocked to see this. In India alone, there has been 565 patents in shock absorber. Worldwide, 52,000 patents has been filed. In suspension, there are 9,200 patents in India, and worldwide it is 3,80,000 patents. So you can see that what kind of patent people or the companies file and how they are trying to be ahead of the competition all the time. Now let's come to what's a patent and how the patent helps the innovator. So patent is a legal right that the innovator, the first patent filer who has got the patent granted, he can stop anyone else from manufacturing or selling the product. And now coming to the patent rights, it is like whatever you are disclosing to the patent office, you will have the IP for that. It's not that if you think or if you innovate and if you are not disclosing it to the patent office, then you will be having any rights over there. So for that, it is like a contract between the government and the innovator, that if you are disclosing all these details, then tomorrow you will be able to claim that this innovation is yours. Okay, so it is like a property. Okay, so everyone is having a property, like you are having a house or a car or a bike, and there is a certificate that this property belongs to you. Like that, if you have an idea, that is the intellectual property. And you will have to have a certificate that, okay, this property belongs to you. In any other property also, so it is like a lease. If you are taking a lease for anything, so it would be having some life of 10 years, 12 years, 14 years kind of thing. Here also in patent, it has a limited life of 20 years if you are paying the renewal fees. So what's patentable? If it is novel, it has inventive step, it has industrial utility, then and it doesn't fall under non-patentable category, then definitely it is patentable. So what is novel? Novel means new. Inventive means non-obvious to a person skilled in the art, and industrial utility means it can be used in industry and can be produced and or can help in doing some services and create some revenue out of that or business out of that. Then it is a patentable thing. So when you are going for filing a patent, then there has to be a strategy for that. So understanding the laws and examiner's mindset is primary importance. Merit of the invention has to be captured well, and there has to be a strategy for drafting. So let's say you can have you can have an idea, and then you can divide those ideas into different ways of doing that, and you can make some embodiments out of that, and you can have different patents out of that. So one embodiment might be protected in one patent, another embodiment might be protected in another patent, like that. And okay, so people think that whether you should hire an attorney or not. Okay, after handling almost 1,000 patents, being a startup founder, I am not getting time to handle my own cases. So that's why we have hired attorneys for our matters. If you think that you can save maybe 1 lakh rupees or 50,000 rupees by not hiring a patent attorney, then you are a fool. So if you are buying a 1 crore rupees of land, and if you are not putting 5 lakhs rupees for the boundary wall, then or for the registration of that, then someone can tomorrow can come and occupy that land, correct? So that's why hiring an attorney, and a good attorney, is definitely needed, so that your property, your intellectual property, will be safeguarded. Now I come to some idea for the startups and NIT Jalandhar particularly. The cost of IPR filing is very high, and it is difficult for the startups to fund at the beginning. So NIT and all the institutes have a lot of funds available with them for filing IPs. So I believe that NIT Jalandhar can come out with a policy where the cost of IPR can be borne by NIT Jalandhar, and there can be co-owner. The startup can be the owner, and NIT Jalandhar can also be the owner. And the startup might not have to pay any royalty to NIT Jalandhar till they don't reach a level of revenue. In that way, the initial pain of filing a patent or design or trademark or copyright by the startup will be decreased, and at the same time the NIT Jalandhar will have many IPs in its name, and then they can use it for increasing their ranking. And each startup should have a target of filing some numbers of IPs every year. So if you are not filing new IPs every year, then you are not innovating. And if you are not innovating, then you are getting obsolete. So let's say if a startup with 20 people headcounts or 15 people headcounts, if they are not filing even 2 new IPs in every, or 1 IP in every financial year, then in that year perhaps they have not thought about anything new. So if the cost is prohibition, then the startup should come with, should talk to the NIT Jalandhar people, incubator, and then find out a way out of that. In international filing, I would like to say that in international filing, the patent fees is very high. So if you don't see that there is a possibility that you will be able to go to international market, and you can monetize that in the international market, then I think that it is not a right decision to go for international filing and spend a lot of money in it. What are the parts of a patent? So there are a lot of parts in a patent, like bibliographic information, specification, claims, abstract, drawings, and other things. So it takes a lot of time to draft a proper patent. And if you think that the attorney will be able to draft a proper patent, then perhaps you will not be getting the best patent out of it. So the founder, the innovator, have to give a lot of details in the specification and the drawing, so that the attorney can draft the claims and other parts, and then can protect it. So if you are not providing a lot of details, then at the end of that, when there is an examination process, then you will, then the examiner will say that enablement is not there, how to perform the things is not there, and there are a lot of objections. So that's why I will suggest that each innovator or each startup founder should spend some time, at least 1 day or 2 days every week or every month, to capture all those details and draft the complete specification on their own and give it to the attorney, so that attorney will make it in a legal language, which will help the startup founders to protect the IPs. So the procedure for a grant of a patent is very complex. So let us, even the lawyers struggle a lot of times how it happens. So let us take it as a simple way. Step 1 is drafting. Second one is drafting and filing, then publication, then examination, then grant and rejection. Let's forget about the complex parts. And apart from the patent, there are many other things like that can be protected, like industrial design, that capture the look and feel of the product. And the design process is also simple, that filing of the application, then examination, then preparing a filing response, then there would be a personal hearing in the design office, and issuance of certificate and registration. And copyright is if you have some music, if you have some drawings, or from source code, software application, video, commercials, and all these things can be protected in copyright. So to make it very simple, patent is a technical enhancement, which is novel, unique, and useful. And here the protection is for 20 years, and the annual fees after grant has to be paid. And when to apply? I will suggest that whenever you invent, immediately you go for a provisional patent specification filing. Industrial design, it is ornamental aesthetic appearance of the article is captured. And here the protection is for 10 years and can be extended for next additional 5 years. Copyright is for literary work, poetry, books, music, photography, and all these things. And here the lifetime of the creator plus 60 years is the time period. So thanks a lot to Google and creator of the images and patentware, who is our IP attorney, Lalita Masta. I asked these guys to help me out with this presentation. So now this was the wheel at the beginning, and then the tire was invented. Then there are a lot of developments in the tire. So the development must go on, and you can file the IPs for the new development. Thank you. I am open for any kind of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Panda, for this thought-provoking and motivating talk. I'm sure that these participants will definitely take advantage of the same. And now the platform is open for the questions. If you have any question, then you may please ask.
I think there was query from Dr. Sonia Chawla.
She's not here, sir.
Okay. So any question from the participants, please? Sir, I want to ask something.
Yes, sure.
As you mentioned that it's very costly, and we all experience that when you want to file, especially patent, and then because being an employee of this institute, or maybe some other organizations are there, because we have a lot of lengthy procedure over there, and it takes around a few months even to get approval and all. And you mentioned that we should have a provisional filing and all. So because being employee, we are not allowed to file at our own before the approval is there. Otherwise, all financial burden will be borne by the individual. So is there any suggestion that we can have some policy? Because you mentioned something, I was listening. We can have a collaboration with some IPR firms and attorneys and all. And already NIT Jalandhar is on that way. Maybe 5-6 attorneys will be impaneled and all. So what do you suggest so that the cost is minimum and the process is catalyzed?
I will suggest in my experience when we were in Tata Motors, then we had made a small committee which will be deciding whether it has a potential of getting granted or not. And the committee would be meeting. So in Tata Motors, it was a very big exercise. So every day we were screening all the IPs, all the ideas that were coming, and because there were around 4,000 researchers were working. So we were listening to 3 to 4 ideas every day. And in the on Saturdays we used to pick some good ideas. We would be rejecting some ideas at the beginning from this one only, and afterwards maybe on Saturday we will be presenting all the good ideas and then take a approval from the committee. So it would be like week to week basis approval would be given. So if we are not doing it at least in week to week basis, then there should be a month to month basis at least. So in every month, let's say there is a IP team is convening the meeting, and once it is decided that okay, we are going ahead with this filing, then immediately the attorney should be provided with all the documents, and there should be a format how the disclosure would be provided by whoever the innovator is, and that format will help to capture all the details, and when and it also motivates other people that, okay, so let's say Dr. Singh has presented a innovative idea, or Dr. Singh's student has presented an innovative idea, then why not Dr. Srinivas students would be presenting? Okay, so that's how the both the department will be coming up with new ideas, and maybe with new IPs will be coming out.
Actually, sir, because in our institute, the problem is we have a variety of fields. Different departments are there. Electronics is there, mechanical, industrial production hai, biotechnology, chemical, textile. So different streams are there. Everyone is having his or her own expertise. So let us suppose idea is from some computer science engineering or maybe textile or industrial. Then having a committee of 4 or 5 people of some streams, they may not be able to judge the others. So that means the attorney can decide only. And
yeah, so the attorney has to be there in the meeting, so that they can say that whether it is patentable or not patentable. Let's say I will say that it is a 50-50 chances. So once the attorney says that it is patentable, there is a fair chance of getting it granted, then almost 50% of the cases the patent gets granted. So if the attorney says that there is no chance of getting it granted, then you will say that hardly 5% or 10% would be a chance of getting it granted. So in that way, you can involve the attorney maybe for a monthly call kind of thing, in Zoom call, and then they can and if you can send the proposal beforehand, then they can definitely go through that, and at the time they can ask the relevant questions, and there can be a decision of that. But one thing I will say, that if there is no target, then you will not be able to generate IPs. So if there is no no reward system for filing an IP, then the people will not be interested to file an IP. So even in our TJ Tires, we have a reward system of small amount, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 kind of thing. But so if someone is coming up with an idea which is saving some cost or increasing the speed or something, then we will give them some award, XYZ award. So the people would become thinking that, okay, I will be trying to decrease the cost, or I will be trying to increase the speed, or I will be trying to make a new kind of process. Okay, so in that way we capture ideas, and we try to protect. And it has to be faster. Means initial capturing of the idea and first filing has to be faster. If it would be taking 3 months or 6 months or 9 months, then someone would be filing before you.
So motivation level diminishes. Motivation level went down, and next time the person will think 10 times to start the filing process or putting application, because unnecessarily if the things are being delayed. So anyway, this is an internal matter of every organization, and they have to sort it out. So from my side, there is no other question. If anyone is having any question, most welcome from the participant. Otherwise, I'm done with that. And thank you so much, sir, for such a nice answer. Over to Dr. Shamkiran. Dr. Shamkiran, please take.
Thank you so much for your enlightening speech, sir. Good afternoon, one and all. Before we proceed to the second session, I would like to extend a brief introduction about the eminent scholar and worthy speaker of the session, Dr. Subrat Sahu. Dr. Subrat Sahu is currently working in the Indian Patent Office, New Delhi, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, as an examiner of patents and designs. He worked as an assistant professor in the Department of Biomedical Engineering at Deen Bandhu Chotu University of Science and Technology, Murithal, Haryana. He also worked as a food inspector in the Department of Food Supply and Consumer Welfare, Government of Odisha. Dr. Sahu earned his doctorate from IIT Bhubaneswar, completed MTech from NIT Roorkela and BTech from Vellore Institute of Technology, Tamil Nadu. He has also received LLB from Chaudhary Charan Singh University, Uttar Pradesh. In addition to this, he also holds a postgraduate diploma in intellectual property rights from Indira Gandhi National Open University. Sir, it's a privilege to have you here. Thank you for gracing the occasion with your valuable presence. So, dear participants, without taking much ado, I would like to invite Dr. Subrit Sahu to speak. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for such a nice introduction. First of all, I would like to thank NIT Jalandhar for inviting me to share my expertise with you people. First of all, I would like to thank all the participants and all the speakers and all the media, whoever is a part of this online workshop. See, until unless we are not progress in a different way, we can't achieve our target. As Mr. Samir Panda sir said, we must have a set target. Until unless we don't have any set target, we can't achieve the innovation, right? That should be much highlighted point in this scenario. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to divide my whole presentation in 3 parts. First of all, we'll need to know what are actually IPR, what are different kind of IPR, and what its importance in intellectual property rights in academic institutions, right? See, most of all, we become a scholar, then we become a professor, and then we did different kind of work. But most of all, we must think what actually what we are doing in our research laboratory. That must be converted into an IPR, right? See, IPR is nothing coming from a different world. Whatever we are doing in our research laboratory, in our day-to-day life, it must be translated into a form of different IPR. That is the first thing we need to keep in our mind. And second one, we will need to know what are actual filing procedure, what are actual fee, what are actual form we need to know, we need to have filled, so that we get the process very fast and good, right? And the third one, which is the most important one. In the last session, if I will get some time, then I will let you know how to draft a patent. See, it's not a rocket science. I know you people are quite aware how to write a paper. It becomes 90% you solve your answer there, right? So just give 10% on there, you become very accessible to how to write a patent. See, the format is quite different, but the matter is quite same. Because you are the actual innovator. You are the actual people who invent those technology, all those material, whatever you are doing in your research laboratory, right? So you have that amount of 100% capability to know how a particular technology works. So you are the actual resource person who can easily draft a patent by just getting some kind of input from different parts, right? So I will let you know, I will put some kind of catalyst on you so that you can become viable to how to write a patent application and how to file a reply in the Indian Patent Office, right? So without wasting my time, let me start my presentation. Ma'am, can I share my presentation here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's visible now?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. So here we deal with what is actually importance of IPR, what is actual procedure of patent filing, and how to write a patent application in India, right? So before starting from intellectual property, let me tell you what is the difference between the property and the intellectual property, right? See, before that, we all know property are of 2 kinds. One is a tangible one, that means which can be touched. And another one is intangible one, which we can't touch, but we can perceive that one, right? Tangible may be a car, maybe a piece of land, or maybe any kind of mobile phone. These are all tangible ones. But what are the intangible ones? These are those ideas. These are those intellect which you can't even touch, but you must perceive and transform into a product, right? That is known as your intangible property, and that's come under the intellectual property, right? So before coming to that, let me tell you intellectual property of generally 6 types, right? Starting from patent, design, trademark, geographical indication, copyright, and semiconductor integrated circuit layout design. Apart from that, there is another intellectual property known as trade secret, right? So in the letter prospect, we'll discuss one by one. So just imagine, see, I am showing a single example of a small MacBook, right? Can you imagine a small MacBook having 5 different kinds of intellectual property exist in it? See, if you can talk about the LED display, it is a kind of technology which we can protect through patent, right? If we see the body of the or shape of the particular MacBook, we can protect through design aspect of patent, right? Now come to the half-cut Apple mark. It is that symbol, that logo that differentiates the Apple from that of Nokia or that of Samsung. So it's a kind of intellectual property which creates a brand value in the market, and that is known as trademark. Now come to last one. Every gadget provided with a user manual. That means how to operate your gadget, and that must be particularly inscribed in as a written format, right? And that is also one kind of intellectual property that is known as copyright. Okay. Now inside the MacBook, that is small chip, we known as the semiconductor, right? And the memory chip. That is also one kind of intellectual property which can be protected through semiconductor integrated circuit layout design. So just imagine, in the similar fashion, a single mobile phone also having 5 different kind of intellectual property. So you just imagine, whatever the process which comes in our day-to-day life, every product and every process kind of property exists. Right? Now come to patent. What I will say, see, right, it's an legal and it's exclusive. It gives a special use for 20 years of time, 20 years of and providing the 20 years of expertise that is including exercising, vending and importing your product your commission. So it will also say the negative right. I'm saying it means it stop others from using until they are taking your permission, or they are not taking from site, they are not able to even purchase their sell in the market, right? That patent is known as the exclusive right or a legal right or a negative right. Patent. Let me tell you, whenever we are whenever you are just making any kind of invention in our lab or any kind of workshop, first of all, you need to make a detail of your invention, how you proceed that particular things and what are the result you got. So we just make in a document, put in a specific format that I will let you know in the end of my presentation. Once every detail has been put on that particular document, now what you have to do, put that document in the Indian Patent Office. Initially you are using both physical form. Now you can by sitting in your laboratory, you can find the application form, and within half an hour you will get your application number, right? So this has been done through comprehensive e-filing. So whenever you want an invention or whenever you want a new technology, get all those data in a specific format, put in space and put in a particular format. Now you can put that in the Indian Patent Office through either filing or through online process. Pay the minimum amount. Initially you are paying much amount. As Panda sir said, initially for per application you have to pay around 40 to 35,000, right? But in 2021, what we did, we take a giant step to reduce the fee structure, and now within 5,400 you can easily submit a patent application irrespective of any kind of inventor. Either it may be a natural person or maybe any institution or it may be any startup. Every person is now, they only have to pay 5,400, just simply put the government fee, and now you can pay to Indian government side, and now you can put your application in Indian Patent Office, right? So this is what about patent. See, in the next slide, we will discuss what is trademark, what is copyright, what is semiconductor integrated layout design, and what is geographic indication. After a brief discussion of all the different aspect of IPR, we'll move to the second aspect, who can file a patent and where can file a patent and what are actual process to obtain a patent certificate from Indian Patent Office. See, until unless we are not going to know what are actual process to get a patent in Indian Patent Office, it's become very difficult for us to get our result granted in any kind of situation, right? So the day you aware how to file a patent and how to get all those data, it's become very easier. That means your 60% work is done. Now we'll discuss here how to write a patent in the end of this particular presentation, and at the end I will open the session for any kind of question or any kind of doubt you people are having. I will let you answer one by one, right? So this is what the patent. Now, what is design? See, design is nothing but the outer shape or configuration of any kind of article which is very reachable to our close eye. It may be 2D form or it may be in 3D form. Is known as design of an article. In a simple layman, any kind of design which is acceptable to our eye is comes under Design Act 1990 and the updated one Design Act 2000, right? See, you can see just an example. One can make a design of particular L-shaped sofa, or one can make a design of U-shaped sofa, and they can take a design pattern of that particular sofa, right? Nowadays, you can taking different kind of mask. See, the example here, people are creating different kind of mask by providing different kind of lighting. So this is also one kind of design aspect. This can also be granted as a design patent, right? So this is all about the design. Now come to trademark. See, before going to trademark, let me tell you how we can define a product in the market. See, there is a word or there is a logo or there is a symbol which define your product in the market from others, which create a brand value of your product in the market, is known as trademark. Since it's the mark which defines the quality of the resource of the goods or services of a particular person from that of others in the market, is known as trademark. So trademark may be a trade name, trademark may be a collective mark, may be a certificate, it may be a tagline or slogan, it may be a shape or it may be a sound mark. See, anybody who is taking a pizza or taking a particular burger, but just seeing the same sign, anybody can say it's a MACD. If how we can differentiate the MACD from that something, seeing the particular logo or the particular mark, yes, that is the particular logo and the particular mark, then differentiate the two products in the market, and that create a brand value in the market. That is known as a trademark, right? Now come to copyright. See, most of all, we are coming from a what you call the academic background, right? So this aspect of copyright is much more important for us. Why? Because whatever the creativity we are doing in our day-to-day life, we must protect it. Until unless we are not protecting that particular creativity, whatever we are doing, it can be taken away by somebody else, right? So to protect that one, we must generate a particular kind of IPR on our day-to-day life work, right? So in this aspect, copyright also one among them. So apart from patent, trademark and design, copyright, it gives you two kind of rights. First, legal right, and second is the moral right. Why I am saying moral right? Because see, anybody who write a book or write a paper or write any kind of material, that he inherently becomes the actual owner of that particular book or particular novel. See, whenever you are giving your right to somebody else, in this copyright, only economic right has been transferred. But the real right or actual ownership right is with us. You have heard about the great case between the Chetan Bhagat and the Rajkumar Hirani, right? See, Chetan Bhagat, he has written the novel 3 Idiots. Though he has given the right to the Rajkumar Hirani to produce the film, actually that particular novel idea, nobody else can take away that idea, right? In the same way, In patent, if you try to transfer your right to somebody else, then to whom you have transferred, that person becomes the actual owner. Now the actual ownership becomes less the day you transfer your right to them. But in copyright, the ownership right is always with the actual owner. That's why the copyright is much more important. See, another one, patent, the period is given for 20 years. See, if any technology I want to patent it in Indian Patent Office, they will give me a safeguard, they will protect the particular technology for 20 years, right? But for design, they will protect for 10 plus 5, 15 years. But for trademark, they will protect the particular trademark up to my lifetime. But one clause is there, for every 10 years, I need to renew that one, right? But in copyright, what will happen, the protection is far much we are giving patent, trademark and design. In copyright, we are providing you protection your lifetime plus 60 years. Means your next generation also they can enjoy the fruit. Whatever you have just invented, whatever you are written just now, right? So next, so time of copyright, the protection is 60 years plus next. So this is the copyright. Now, if it means a subject matter what I can go to copyright, then I can say as for Indian 1957, section 2 says any literary work, any kind of novel work or any kind of written a book, a paper, it must be to O of Indian Copyright Act 1957. In the similar work, if work is there, any kind of musical work is there, or any kind of dramatic work is there, this all covers under section 2 of Indian Copyright Act 1957. So, work to dramatic, musical, sound recording, cinematography, these are all subjects. But the period is different aspect, the matter through copyright only. Now, the next part in the geographical indication. I knew thought about the Nagpur. Nagpur is so famous because the quality belongs to the soil and the climatic condition of the Nagpur region. So, but to protect that the climatic region and soil of the particular region, the Indian, we protect that particular spaces climatic region, geographical indication. In very shortcut, we take that particular product to a particular location so that nobody else can take away that intellectual right of that particular location. Okay? So, what is this? Geographical indication is an indication, then identify a product that have a specific geographical origin and possess quality or reputation that are due to that particular origin. Right? This is known as geographical indication. See, I just show you one Kurk orange is also there. You have heard about the Sahi Litchi of Bihar. Why they have given the geographical tag? Because the quality of the taste and the taste of the particular litchi is totally different as compared to others. And that belongs to a different specific geographical location only. In the similar way, the Kashmiri saffron, the Maghai palm, the Afamedi mango, these are all, they have been given the GI tag, right? So these are different kind of intellectual property. Now come to the next one, the semiconductor integrated circuit design. See, if who is working on any kind of electronics material, they must have designing some kind of circuit, right? Inside the circuit, we must provide some kind of electrical material, maybe diode, triode, or whatever the requisite material we are providing there, and that must be placed in a proper layout manner, right? And that particular layout is also protected through semiconductor integrated layout design. It is also one kind of intellectual property which is protected through the Semiconductor Integrated Circuit Layout Design Act 2000, right? So we have already covered what is IP, what is trademark, what is design, what is geographical indication, and what is semiconductor integrated circuit layout design. So these are one aspect of my presentation. Right? Now, second one, what actual process of filing a patent, right? So before going to that, let me tell you, before filing a patent, if you any kind of process or any kind of matter in any kind of things they must keep in mind. Right? First of all, your invention, your technology may be any kind of product or any kind of process. All are patented. Prior to 2005, we is patent product. Prior to 2005, we patent to all process. We are not giving any kind of product. But since we joined the TRIPS agreement and we become aligned to TRIPS, we are compelled to give the patent to both process and product as well. Right? So after 2005, we start providing patent to both process as well as the product as well, right? So whenever you are working on any kind of technology, but keep in mind, you will get a patent only you are having three kind of criteria. First, your idea must be novel in nature. We'll discuss what is actual novel. Second, your idea must have an inventive state, right? And the third one, it must have an industrial application. What is industrial application? Whatever the things you are developing or whatever the idea you are generating, it must be reproducible in nature. It must be produced in a large scale in any kind of industry. Then only it is patentable in nature, right? And the fourth one, it should not be barred with Section 3 and Section 4 of Indian Patent Act. We'll discuss what is Section 3 and Section 4 of the Patent Act one by one. So we'll discuss what is actual product. So anybody who is working on any kind of apparatus, any kind of device, any kind of machine, any kind of chemical product, any kind of drug, foods, composition, chemical byproduct, these are all comes under the product, right? These are all patentable under Indian Patent Act 1978. So what is novelty? As I told you, to get patent of any kind of invention, we must have a three set of criteria. First, it must be novel in nature. Second, it must have an inventive state. Third, it must be capable of industrial application. So what is novel? See, the figure itself saying, if your idea is totally new in the market, that is nowhere exists in the market or in the world, then it next. Let me tell you, this is your invention. And the green mark is, this is prior art. Prior means somewhere else it's disclosed, right? Suppose you are having an idea and somewhere else in disclosed, either in paper form or in any part of the conference or in any different material form, it has been disclosed. See, in the figure you can see, if your idea is yellow one, is your invention, and that is nowhere disclosed in anywhere in the world, that is in any prior art, that means idea is totally novel in nature. Here is mark. Now come to the second one. What is inventive and what is you are having an invention that is that has anywhere in the world, then you can say your work is not, right? So we can say your work is nature because your work has been disclosed somewhere else in the world, either in paper format or other digital format, right? This is all about the novelty. Now come to inventive state. What is inventive state? Let me tell you, if any search the patent of any kind of pencil in the Google, then we can find out more than 100 patents which exist in the pencil, right? Now, how we can say in a single pencil we can have a 100 patent? That must be the question in our mind. So at that point, the inventive state comes to play. See, inventive state is nothing but any kind of article which exists in the nature, right? If you want to modify some feature of that particular article and make a new one having some economic significance in the market, then it is known as inventive state.
see the diagram. This is the first yellow one that has been patented. Okay. Another person come into market. He just add some additional feature in the yellow one, and that also become patented. So at the end, somebody else come into market. He add more than 3 to 4 feature in the bulb, and that become an LED. So it's become an inventive one. So it's become patentable in nature. So keep in a simple language and in a simple layman manner. If anybody asks me, sir, what is inventive in nature? Anything you are adding a new feature to any existing material, and that feature must be economically viable, then I can say it is inventive state. In a simple language, right? Now, what is industrial application? Any matter or any invention which can be produced in a larger scale, then we can say it is industrial application, right? So, if your 3 criteria is met, then we can say your work is patentable in nature. First, it must be novel in nature. Second, it must have an inventive state. And third, it must be produced in a larger scale. Then we can say my application and my invention is patentable in nature. Now, before that, we will see what is non-patentable. See, until and unless you are not knowing which are the things which is not patentable, even if we have the work on that particular thing, then our work will be not fruitful. Before starting any kind of work, keep in mind this slide. These are the things which are not patentable as per Indian Patent Act 1970. This is the section 3. It's about all the things which are not patentable as per Indian Patent Act. First, any idea or any invention which is full of nature, means that is not exist in the nature, that is not patentable. Second, any idea, any invention which is contrary to well-established natural law, means suppose you have invented a small pendulum and you are saying whenever I am throwing the pendulum, it is not pulling down, it is moving upward. See, it is against the nature of gravity. So, whatever the invention which is against the natural law, that is not patentable in nature. Any invention which is injurious to any public health or which against the morality or against the animal or environment, that is not patentable. Actually, the genetically modified organism, genetically modified plant, genetically modified animal, these are comes under this category, right? Now, these are all the things. Out of that, let me tell you the most important one. The mathematical or business method or computer program or algorithm per se is not patentable as per section 3K of Indian Patent Act, right? See, but recently the Delhi High Court recently gave his judgment and said any kind of appliance you are using in day-to-day life, we are must using the artificial intelligence in it. So what is artificial intelligence? A much small program must be there. So if we are not giving patent to this kind of computer program or algorithm, then what will happen to our economy? That at that point of juncture, our Honorable Delhi High Court said, keep in mind, if any kind of application having a computer program or algorithm or business method, then you must be able to give patent to that particular device. So after that onwards, we just amend in our procedure and we start giving patent to all kind of appliance which are having a computer program in its application or algorithm in their application, right? So these are kind of things which are not patentable as per Indian Patent Act. Now, we have completed with the patentability criteria. What are there? It must be novel in nature. Second, it must be an inventive state. Third, it must be capable of industrial application. These are the 3 most important criteria to get patent of any kind of invention. Now come to section 3. We have already discussed what are not patentable in nature. These are comes under section 3. Now the most important one is section 4. What section 4 says? As per section 4 of Indian Patent Act, if anybody who is working on any kind of defense material or atomic material, then that person must take a permission from either DRDO or Ministry of Defense or Ministry of Atomic Energy before filing a patent, right? So suppose somebody is already working on any kind of radioactive material, he doesn't take any kind of permission and he file a patent. Then what will happen? Once we receive that application, we initiate the process of permission from the respective ministry, and we ask the applicant just wait for 6 months. Once we got the permission from the respective ministry, then we start process your application. This is how the Indian Patent Office works in terms of Section 4, right? Now, these are the all which we have been dealing in day-to-day life. But now come to the major challenges: who can file a patent, where to file a patent, what are actual procedure to obtain a patent. So let me tell you one by one. Who can file a patent? As per Section 6 and Rule 134 of Indian Patent Act says, any person who is claiming to be the true and the first inventor, or any person who become the assignee, means you assign your right to somebody else, so that that person also can file a patent, or any legal representative of any diseased person, means if any person who is going to die, before he is dying, he point out some legal representative, right? That legal representative can also file a patent. So let me tell you who is the actual true and the first inventor. Okay? Suppose you are the people who are working in the NIT Jalandhar, right? But you are using the resource material of NIT Jalandhar. Okay? Though you are using the resource and material of NIT Jalandhar has the ethical right become the applicant of your invention. But you people who have invented the invention become the true and the first inventor, right? We can so person A, B, C, they work day in and day out in the particular laboratory and invented that particular product. Person A, B, C become the true and the first inventor, right? At that point of time, what the NIT Jalandhar will do, they have to make a sign in Form 1 and say, person A, B, C actually developed that particular product and they are become true and the first inventor. Though I become an applicant, these person are true and the first inventor. That's why we need a signature from NIT Jalandhar. See, now where can file a patent? This is the Indian Patent Application site. You are having a comprehensive e-filing procedure whereby just sitting in your laboratory, you can open that particular site and you can start filing your application. See, this is a portal where you can file all your application. Before that, I will let you suggest, keep everything ready with you in a PDF format, right? Once all those documents starting from Form 1, Form 2, I will tell how to write Form 1, Form 2 in the respective slide. Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, Form 5, Form 9, Form 18. After keeping ready all those things in PDF format, open an account by just putting your email ID and password. Now you become eligible to put all your documents there. Pay 5,400 only. Now you will provided with a provisional application number, and that becomes for your future of tracking. Right? So this is a simple, comprehensive e-filing portal which has been given by, right? So what are the actual document we need to have before filing a patent? See, before that we must have Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, Form 5, Form 9 and Form 18. These are the 6 forms we must keep in our hand before filing a patent application in Indian Patent Office. So one by one we'll discuss how to file Form 1, how to write Form 2, Form 3 in one by one. See, this is a simple Form 1. Let me tell you. Then the form, we need to put the name of the applicant. You are working with the second, the inventor name. He as the inventor. Put their name, their nationality, and the address. In a third column, in the type of cycle, just give a simple title, an automobile having this kind of in a single line, put there, put a second part, give 1,400, put your signature here now. Okay. Now second one from the form, the people who are working on writing a paper. In the similar way, we can write a form. In what we need, first we need to know material method, so ground of invention, then material method, last one is conclusion, right? But better some write, you need to write the definition. I let you in the end of the slide. All format different is the writing. We put the abstract first, but in patent writing we put the abstract end. And the last and most important one, the claim part. Paper writing, we never return a claim part. Since it's not a legal right, we no need to claim there. But in patent writing, we must put a claim. That's why that's legal right on your patent specification, right? So I will show you how to write a claim at the end of this part, right? So this is all about the form to form. So when we form anybody who invents, and if particular person want to sell the product in US market also, he or she has to acknowledge the Indian patent in US country, and this is the status of that particular application. That's all. You just make a statement or undertaking as per section 8 in form 3. Just acknowledge us where in the which state you are making and in which country you are making your application. Right? Now come to form 5. As I told you, it's nothing but a declaration of inventorship. See, suppose you are working on any kind of university or any kind of institution, let's say NIT Jalandhar, then applicant become NIT Jalandhar, but the inventor become person A, B, C who actually work, right? So in fact, NIT Jalandhar is signed by declaring that this person A, B, C are actual person who has invented that particular kind of technology, and they are the actual owner of that particular technology. By putting that signature in form 5, then only we can start processing the from the NIT Jalandhar. Until and unless you are not taking the form 5 from NIT Jalandhar, you are not going to process your application, right? That more important as a scholar, right? What we do is generally publish in different journals, right? But if you want to publish your application journal, then you might publish by first after patent. See, in patent journal, which publish work Friday throughout the country, right? We published our work grant of patent and after grant of patent. But in general rules, it says the day you file your after 18 months, your application gets published in Indian patent journal. But sometimes what happens, most of the scientists, most of the research scholars, most of the professors, they ask us, sir, is there any provision to publish my work within a month in your patent journal? Then I can say, yes, sir. If you file form 9, then as per section 11, 2 and 24A of the patent act, your work will be a month in Indian patent journal, right? So that's why I asked you, by putting a signature and filing form 9, we are bound to publish one, right, in the patent journal. Now comes to the last one, Form 18. You are ready with Form 3, Form 5, and submit with the fee 400 Indian. See, until you are not filing Form 18 in Indian Patent Office, we are not going to examine your application. Though your application has been already deposited in Indian Patent Office. That's why we ask you kindly file Form 18, that is known as request of examination. The day you are filing Form 1, we generally ask to file Form 9 and Form 18 the same day, so that your application in the queue, it will get processed in a very fast manner, right? So your application start examining the day you got your Form 18. That's why you need to file Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, Form 9, Form 18. These 6 forms you need to keep in mind before filing patent application. Now, once you file your application, now your work is over. Now, the work shifted to Indian Patent Office. Now the owner shifted to us. What we do, the day you file your patent application, we start scrutinize your application. We check whether you have filed Form 9. If you file Form 9, then we publish your application in Indian Patent Journal within a month. Once your application gets published, now we start scrutinize your application, both formal way and both technical manner. We are having more than we are having database of more than 160 countries. We search whether your application or your invention is new or it is somebody somewhere else already known in anyone in the world, right? We start scrutinize by searching in different databases throughout the world. See, once we found if there is any kind of document which is related to your invention and that has been published earlier to your application, then what we do, we write down, talk it out, 5 to 6 number of objections, and we will send to you the report. Keep in mind, the day we giving the first examination report, you are having a 6 month of time in you. Within 6 months of time, you have to reply us. What your invention is so superior as compared to the document you have cited there, right? With some data, with some conclusive evidence, you have to provide us, right? Suppose I return a examination report and I reply and I give to you and I am saying you objection number 1, your idea is quite similar to the document whichever I have cited and that has been showing in US, right? That is objection 1. And objection 2, 3, 4, in this way I have written in a report that is known as first examination report. Suppose today you receive the first examination report. Now from today onwards you are having 6 months of time. You have to give reply to Indian Patent Office. What you have to give reply? You have to say that, sir, though the document you have cited in the report is quite similar to my invention, but my invention is quite superior to that particular data. Why? Because this is having this kind of efficiency and this kind of data. You have to provide us with some kind of example so that the day you got a reply and we convince that your reply is satisfactory in nature, then on that day onwards we grant you the patent, right? But still you are not satisfied with your data. Another procedure is still exists that is known as hearing procedure. This is a legal hearing. What will happen? We will provide you a particular date and we will ask you kindly come to us on the particular date. Initially you are asking for physically, but nowadays through video conference also we are doing that. We will provide you a particular date and particular time and we will ask you to come to that particular date with the particular data and you convince us why your invention is so superior as compared to us. If at that day we convinced that within 15 to 20 days we will grant. This is how the Indian patent grant procedure exists as per Indian Patent Act 1970. See, this is one aspect of granting procedure. Now come to the second aspect. See, under the Indian Constitution giving you a particular kind of right, then we must have a particular kind of safeguard. Until unless we are not providing you a particular kind entire particular kind of share or particular kind of what you call relief, then the right rate, right? That's why we started giving pre-grant grant opposition. What is pre-grant and post-grant opposition? Suppose in a very simple way, let me tell you. Suppose you are working on a particular kind of technology. You come to your desk or somebody else comes there, he can know that you are working on technology, right? He knew the thing before you are filing. What you file in Indian Patent Office, right? And after filing, one came to know that this was my idea. At that time, you approve the Patent Office by seeing them idea, and somebody else taken away the idea and then what we'll do, we all those documents. We see that you also can't the before actual that was known as the pre-grant opposition, right? Suppose you didn't know, we already grant the patent to the particular person idea, the products to market or before the completion of 1 year of grant of patent, you come to know that this is my idea, somebody else taken the particular product. Then what I can do? Then at that time, another procedure also available as per section 25(2) of Indian Patent Act. You can approach the Indian Patent Office. You can say, sir, this is my idea, and you have granted to somebody else. So kindly make an authority, make a board, and that particular board will decide if that particular idea belongs to you. Then we stop that one and we revoke that patent and was right shifted to the original person. So this is how both the pre-grant and post-grant opposition we started as per Indian Patent Act, right? This is the whole scenario. So come to we have completed with what are different kind of IPR, what is patent, what is design, what is trademark, how to file a patent, what are the documents we need to have to file a patent, how to file Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, Form 5, Form 9, Form 18, and what are actual procedure to grant a patent in Indian Patent Office. We have completed that one, right? Now come to patent application exists. Suppose I want to file a patent in India as well as in US market. So is there a simple procedure? There exists a simple procedure so that I can proceed with a single application with both India and US or any European country as well? Yes. As per different kind of patent application, we are having different kind of treaties, we are having different kind of arrangement, national arrangement, through which by putting a single patent application, you can file different country. You can file in different countries. See, if we can say in different aspects, we can divide the patent application into 3 criteria. First is the ordinary application. Second one is the conventional application. Third is the PCT national phase application. What is ordinary application? If anybody or any Indian citizen, he want to file a patent application in India only. He or she doesn't want to file anywhere outside India. Then we can say yes, you can file whatever I have narrated before that, just as an ordinary application you can file that, right? But if you want to file the same application both in India as well as US market, then if you want to ask us, sir, is there any simple procedure so that by filing a single patent application, I can approach both Indian and US market, then we can say yes. By putting PCT national page application, by just filing a single application, you can approach both India and the US market in a single time, right? So this is how we can approach both ordinary application as well as PCT national page application. Now, come to different aspect of patent application. Suppose if anybody working in any kind of technology, right? He has taken the patent from India. After certain time, he comes to know that ये तो और एक additional feature मेरे में आ गया. Whether I want to grant a patent of that additional feature, then we can say yes. There is a provision still exists in Indian Patent Office as per section 54 that is known as patent of addition. If you have invented an invention, if you are adding some extra features to it, then also you can get an additional patent to that particular feature. So that as per section 54, you are now eligible to file another patent that is known as patent of addition as compared to your parent patent. This is known as patent of addition. Now come to divisional application. See, suppose any student or any professor who is OOG, he filed a patent application in India. When that particular application comes to us, we knew that this is having two kind of invention instead of single invention. Then we can say that instead of filing a single application, you can divide it and you can file two different applications. Since your application has two kind of invention there, then you can approach both invention in two independent patent applications. Then at that scenario, as per section 16 of Indian Patent Act, if you are having a two invention of your work, then you are eligible to get two patents from a two different inventions. Okay, that is all known as the divisional application. Now, yes, what are recent initiatives taken by India? Sir, initially we are taking 3 to 4 years to grant a patent, right? But since the inception of national national IP policy in 2016, we started providing certain kind of amendment, right? So in that amendment, what we did, we not only put a certain kind of examination procedure as for expedited examination procedure, we can say that is the expedited examination. On that procedure, within a year, within a record time, within a year, your patent will get delivered, whether it is patented or not. No need to wait for 3 to 4 years. Within a year, we will get to result, right? And the second one, we reduce the fee structure. Initially, as before I have already told you, for a single application, we have to pay 25 to 30,000, but we reduce to 80%. So within 5,400, any person, whether it may be startup, it may be individual, it may be any institution or any kind of company, they all can approach the Indian Patent Office and they can file a patent application within 5,400, right? So this is how we can put certain kind of initiative, put certain kind of amendment in our patent act. So this is how we can complete it. Sir, up to that time, I have already covered what are IPR, what are actual procedure to file an IPR, and how we can form, right? Sir, may I have another 10 to 20 minutes so I can tell you how to write a patent application? Yes, ma'am. Hello. Hello.
Sir, please continue.
Hello.
Okay. Okay. Yes, ma'am. I will take only 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes,
No,
I will tell
it's
you
fine.
how to write a patent and how.
Actually, we have time. It's fine.
Okay. 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 Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. First two phases we have completed what are actual IPR, how to generate IPR, how to proceed with Indian patent application system. Now the most important one, though you have completed your all the project or your thesis report, all your work in the laboratory, now the most important one, how to convert those data into patent, how to convert those data into certain kind of draft so that it can be easily accessible in Indian Patent Office, right? See, patent specification is nothing but a techno-legal document. Why I am saying techno-legal document means whatever the technical part you have done, whatever the resources you are using, whatever the technology you have invented, whatever the data you have gathered, that is all belongs to your intellectual capability. And that's all belongs to a technical part. That's over. But the next and most important part arises how to put those data into a patentable format. How to put those data in the patentable specification so that with very less number of objections, your idea, your invention will get patented in Indian Patent Office, right? For that, I will tell you how to write a patent, how to start initially write a patent application. See, before going to that, we will see what are actual structure of patent specification. Patent specification, nothing but it is having two parts only. One technical part and one of the legal part. See, in technical part, the way we are writing a paper, we need to put all those things in the similar way. First of all, we need to write the field of the invention. You have to mention whether your invention belongs to chemical technology or mechanical one or any kind of biotechnology, right? After your, the second one is we need to write the background of invention. Means we need to write down how much work has been done till inception of your invention. Suppose from A to B the work has been done. You started your work from B to C. So A to B become the prior art. A to B become the background of the invention. And B to C become your actual work, right? All those things you need to write down in your background of invention. Next, once you write down your background of invention, the next one is objective for invention, means B to C. How you proceed from B to C, you need to write down in 4 to 5 paragraphs or in 4 to 5 points. What are actually your aim? What was actually your objective? What are actual data you want to gather? That's the things you need to write in your objective in 4 to 5 paragraphs in 4 to 5 points. So you have written field of invention, background of invention, object of invention. The next one is object completed, summary of invention. In very succinct way, you need to write down what is your technology all about, why your technology is necessary in the particular economic era, and what are actual benefits the whole world or the whole economy will get from the technology. In summary of invention, you need to write in 6 to 7 paragraph or in 2 to 3 paragraph. You just write out there in summary of invention, right? You have written field of invention, background, objective, summary. Now comes to drawing part. Suppose you have put certain kind of drawing there. We need to give detailed description of drawing in different aspect. I will tell you how to write the drawing part. So you have written field of invention, background of invention, objective of invention, summary of invention, drawing. The next one is the detailed description of invention. The day we are giving, the way we are writing detailed description in the paper, the same way you need to write. You need to provide all the material method. You need to provide all the result discussion. One thing you keep in mind, you have to provide working example in the detailed description procedure, right? What is the working example? How you proceed your application, how you proceed your invention, how the data you generated, how the data are applied, what are the application of all those data. We need to write down in the detailed description part. Now your technical part is over. What are technical part? Field of invention, background of invention, object of invention, summary of invention, drawing, detailed description. Now come to claim part. This is the legal part. Your technical part is over. Now come to claim part. In claim part, whatever you are written, that must be specific in nature. No need to write an essay here. Just write down only 10 pinpointed points. Suppose you invented a device, and in that device you want to add features A, B, C, D, right? So how we start to write a claim part? Just keep in mind whatever I am saying, just keep in your mind. claim 1, that is known as principal claim. I return I/we claim a device having feature A, B, C, D useful for that particular function. That's enough. That is my claim 1. Now in claim 2, though I have written features A, B, C, D, I need to elaborate features A in claim 2, features B in claim 3, feature C in claim 4, feature D in claim 5. That's all. Your claim part is over. You need to write claim very single sentence, a very specific and very clear-cut way. Now your technical and legal part is over. Now I will tell you how to write a specification. See, this is how you can write. You have to start with field of invention, single 1 or 2 line. Suppose this is the applicant who invented a vehicle. He particularly write this invention related to vehicle and more particularly internal combustion engine. Now come to background of invention. In background of invention, you have to mention how much work has been done till you start working on your invention and from which onwards you have taken the steps. So this is all about background of invention. After that, he has forgot to write the objective and summary of invention. You have to mention what are actual aim and object of invention, what are actual summary. After that, you have to provide the deep description of a drawing. I will show you the format, how to write the drawing part. After that, the detailed description. In the detailed description, you have to provide, the actual, what you call the actual working example. See, this is the once you complete the actual detailed description, now come to the claim part, right? In claim part, how the applicant is written, he is asking for a vehicle. He has invented a vehicle. Very clear-cut way, he has written a vehicle having a starter switch, having an internal combustion engine, and having a starter generator. 3 features, 402, 112, and 414. And all those features has been described in the respective claim. Claim 2, claim 3 in this way. After putting all those things, just put your signature in the end. Now your application is over. Okay. Now see how to put a drawing, how to return a drawing, how a drawing format return. See, in drawing, no need to write everything. Just put a numerical value, and all those numerical value should be mentioned in the claim part, right? And you need to put a signature at the bottom, and you need to put your application number, your applicant name, and number of pages, how much you are putting in the drawing. That's the actual format of drawing, right? At the end, within 150 words, you have to provide your abstract. Just keep in mind, in paper form, in any kind of literature, what we do, we first put the abstract. But in the whole patent scenario, we put the abstract at the end. So once you put the abstract, your application is over. Okay. Now your application is ready to file in Indian Patent Office. Have Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, Form 9, Form 18, and all those documents. Keep in a PDF format. Now you are eligible to go and file in Indian Patent Office, right? Once all those form is over, all those criteria is over, then we grant you a patent. And how a patent certificate looks like. See, we will provide you a patent number here, your patent application number, the day you are filing your patent, and the day you are generating a number, it also be mentioned here in the patent application, patent certificate. And this is how a patent certificate looks like. So this is all about how to write a patent, how to write a patent specification, what are the data we need to put in our patent specification, and how we process in Indian Patent Office, so that very easily and very accessible way we can generate our patent. So this is all my presentation. So I would like to thank all of you, and now I will open this session for any question answer or any kind of discussion. I will be available for your answers. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may ask question to sir directly. Mr. Anand has written some questions in the chat box.
Yes,
So you can unmute and you can directly ask question to sir.
yes.
Mr. Nanda, are you there? Okay, so before that, sir, I have one question like how to copyright a literary work.
Yes, 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 ma'am, yes. See, ma'am, suppose you are having any kind of work
Yes,
that
sir.
relate to any kind of literature or any kind of novel or any kind of paper. Okay.
Okay.
So before filing any patent application, what you need to do, you just write it down, and I will tell you there is a form available, Form 14. That
Okay.
is known as Form 14 in copyright. In Form 14, you need to just file a single patent application, pay only 500 rupees, and ma'am, in the similar way, you just open the comprehensive e-filing and submit your paper there, right?
So, sir, like it should be like before publishing, we have to submit it there. Like once it's with the journal, then they have a copyright. And
Yes,
I
yes,
mean,
yes,
so
yes,
how
yes.
it is like? It means anyone can like just file for it. There
No, no,
must
no,
be
it's
one
not like
authority.
that.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, see, if you want to if you want to take a copyright of your own work,
Okay.
then before giving to any journal, you have to take on that right. See,
Okay.
if you are giving your right to any other journal, means that particular journal has taken your right.
Yes,
So
definitely.
you are not able to get your right.
Okay, so before that publication, first of all, we need to have our copyright, then only we can
Yes.
send it to the publisher.
Yes, yes, yes. Then only you can hand it to the public.
Okay, be it in the form of any book, also novel or short story, that also we can do. Without any
Anything.
publisher, like we can directly file for this copyright and then later on we may publish it with the other publisher.
Yes, yes. And only 500 you have to pay for that government fee. And ma'am, see, for patent it is taking 1 to 2 years to grant you. But in copyright, within 3 to 4 months, you will get a copyright registration. It is very fast process.
Okay, sir. Yes, is there any other question? So there are some questions raised by Mr. Nand in the chat box.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you?
Yes, anybody can. Yes.
Mr. Nand has written some question in the chat box.
I can't see there.
Okay,
Can you
so
read for me, ma'am?
Yes, yes. So first is what are the benefits of patenting? What are the risks of not? I think sir has already clarified it. What is the time taken from filing patent to receiving the patent in India? Is patent? What is the time taken for?
Dr. Kaur, can I take this first question? What are the benefits of patenting from the startup point of view?
Okay. Mr. Subrat Sound, sir?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
So, can you answer this? Oh, no, no.
I am not able to hear properly, ma'am.
There is a first question that what are the benefits of patenting? Just a minute.
Ma'am, I think.
Sir, you have muted yourself.
Ma'am, I say Samir sir can able to make you understand what are actual benefits, because they are actual the gainer of the patent, right? They can tell you, I think.
Yeah. So
yes,
yeah,
Samir sir.
Yeah. So I would like to say that from startup point of view, if you are having, let's say, 1 or 2 or 3, 4, 5 patents, then the valuation of your startup will be high. So let's say if you are going to raise some funds at a valuation of 50 crores or 100 crores rupees of valuation. So because of your revenue and the marketing model, business model and other things. So if you have a patent, then it would be at least 15%, 20%, 25% more than that. So if your company's valuation would be, startup valuation would be 100 crores, then if you have a patent, you have some granted patents, pending patents, then your company's valuation might be 120, 125 crores. So this is first point. Second point is that let's say your company is is not going ahead, and tomorrow you will have to close the company. And in that case, also you can sell those patents and can monetize some part of that. Third point is that let us suppose you have filed 15, 20 patents, and out of that you are able to make products and sale for hardly 2 patents, and there are 14, 15 patents are defensive patents. And if another company is there and who is struggling with that kind of technology, then you can license out to those people and you can get some royalty out of that. The reasonable royalty rate would be 2% to 4% of the revenue of from that product. So in that way, you will have the advantage of financial advantage. Apart from that, once you have a lot of muscles to fight the cases against the infringer, then you can go for filing a case against if someone is infringing. And as an individual, you will have the benefit that even your grandchildren can find your name in a patent document after 100 or 150 years. So that is the icing in the cake.
Sir, I would like to add some point on there.
Yes.
So thank you, Anand sir. Thank you for the question. Anand sir, I will let me tell you what the actual benefit of patenting. See, if you have developed a particular kind of technology, and if you are not taking the legal right of the particular technology, then somebody else can take away that one, right? So if somebody else can take away that right, and he is using the right in the market by selling the product, but when you approach the court, then court will say you show me the document for that particular technology under your belt. Then at that time you need to show them the patent certificate, right? So until unless you don't have particular right under your name, you can't stop infringing by someone else. So in the court, in the rule of the law, in the court of the law, you don't have a particular legal right, then somebody else can take an award of that way. Now come to second one, what are the actual risks of not patenting? Same answer, sir. If somebody is not taking the patenting, the risk is very high. Your technology will be totally distributed throughout the world. Third one, your wealth or your monetary benefit will be totally disturbed. Third, you will not get recognized anywhere because it's your idea and somebody else will be taken on that one, right? Now comes the third answer, sir. What is the actual time taken from filing patent to receiving patent in India? I agree. Initially, we are taking 3 to 4 years to grant a patent. But since we amend our act, amend our policy, and we infuse more and more human power in our ministry, nowadays, in a record time, within a year, we are granting you patent. I will show you some kind of example. In January, somebody has filed a patent, and in general purpose, and in December end, they grant a patent. So in a year, they are getting nowadays. Now, fourth one, each patent is national or international. Yes. There is no such called patent or international patent. See, as I told you, patent is a legal right, and legal right is provided by an act, and that act is only valid within a sovereignty, within the territory of India. So the act and the patent is only viable within the India. So the patent is territorial in nature. There is no such word called international patent. For international patent, no such word. But if you want to take in patent in other country, then you have to proceed with different aspect, right? So patent is always national in nature. Now the last one, what is different between patent and royalty for book, right? See, patent, whatever agreement you are signing to somebody else, so for each technology, for each market price, you are getting some amount of price, right? But for selling a book through any kind of publisher, you have been published and they have been fixed a particular kind of amount, and that is comes under the royalty base, right? So this is all about the legal instrument as compared to patent and royalty. So I think, sir, somehow I can able to answer all those questions. Thank you, sir.
Sir, like Dr. Sridhar is there. Dr. Sridhar,
yes,
you can unmute yourself and ask your question.
Yes.
Dr. Sridhar. Okay, sir, in the meantime, we can take this question like how can research paper be turned into a patent? This is Mr.
Very good question. See. As a research scholar, I always urge you, before publishing, first file a patent. The day you publish your work, it's become in public in nature. So that your work itself become a novelty in killing document. So whatever the technology or whatever the paper before you are publishing any kind of journal, just filing in Indian Patent Office. Suppose you are filing in morning, in afternoon onwards, now you are eligible to publish that paper anywhere in the journal. But before filing in Indian Patent Office, don't publish in any journal. If you start publishing, then it's become a prior art and it will kill the novelty of your work, right? So this is most more important for all those people who are working any kind of research paper or any kind of laboratory, right? Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone you can directly ask sir this question? Any question?
Let me read you, ma'am, one thing. Each IPR design have same value as IPR patent have. What is the maximum time taken by IPR design office to grant an IPR design? Very good question. Thank you, Kishan Kumar ji. See, every IPR having the different sets of merits and demerits, right? If you are patenting a technology, then they are having providing certain kind of royalty that is having much more higher value. I am not here to compare even with the design of the patent here, but I must tell you, whatever the protection you are taking, it must be taken either in design form, or patent form, or in copyright form, so that your work will be get protected in any kind of act, right? Now come to tell you, what is the maximum time taken by IPR design office to grant an IPR design? Within 6 to 8 months, your design will be granted in a record time. Now, come to the third one. If there is foreign research collaboration, one should patent file in India abroad or both. Yes, Anand, let me tell you, let me read your question. If there is a foreign research collaboration, why should the patent be filed in India or abroad or both? If there are people who project together on the guide, co-guide who are all first two patenter. Yes. In the seventh question, let me tell you, recently one work is done by the ILBS, that's the Indian Liver and Biliary Science Institute there in the Delhi. They have collaborative work with the one German company there. Okay. Now it's totally with your policy. Whether you want to pursue your patent in your country, native country, or somewhere else, where you have your joint collaborator. It's all about your policy. If you decided that your work is much more viable in Indian market, then you can go for Indian patent office. But if you still find that your work is much more valuable in US market or in European country, then it's about your policy, whether you want to approach in Indian or in abroad. It's totally different between your policy only. Now come to if there are people do project together under guide, who are all the first and two country. Very important question. All the research scholars, please keep in mind. Question number 6. If there is n number of persons in any kind of project as a guide and co-guide, all are equally responsible and share will be equally dividable with all the persons. There is no such person known as first person, second author, third author. No. In Indian Patent Office, all are having equal right. All the inventor having equal right. So this is how we can say.
So there is one more question.
Subraj, I want to add this in the 6th point, that who is the true patenter. So in a patent, the claims are drafted. So the claims are the boundaries of the patent. So let's say if one person has contributed in the innovation in such a way that that innovation is coming in the claims, then he is a innovator or inventor in the patent application. But let us suppose one guy is there in the lab who is only taking orders and doing the experiments, and he is not putting his intellect into it, and he is not doing anything new out of that. Then that person, or he or she, that person is not a inventor. So the person who is solving the problem, the person who has given the problem, and the person who is solving the problem, those people are only the inventors.
Sir, let me add you one simple point on that. Whenever the application comes to our patent office, we generally see who are the inventor. A, B, C, D, E, R. All are 4 inventors. So we don't know who have actually contributed more on that particular work. As for Indian Patent Act 1970, all are equally important for us. But whenever they are distributing the royalty, that is based on their legal document, legal procedure, registration procedure. Whether person A will take 60% royalty, a person B will take 20, or person C will take 10. But as an inventor, as per Indian Patent Act, all the person A, B, C are Q and the first inventor. This is how our act going through.
Okay. So there is one more question, like, can we patent a mobile app?
Ma'am, see, again I will tell you, for mobile app, better to go for copyright. See, if you want to create any kind of software or any kind of algorithm, again the same question arises. Section 3K comes into mind. Whenever Section 3K comes into mind, again you have to tell them why your work, your invention is not related to computer work or not related to any algorithm. So better I ask them to go for copywriting for any kind of inventor related to algorithm and computers.
So in this case, you can go for a patent when there is a hardware involved in it. So let's say
yes.
So if you have developed something which will be decreasing the load in the mobile, let's say if it helps in cooling the mobile phone, or if it helps in decreasing the RAM space or something like that. So in those cases, you can go for a patenting. But let's say if it is just a payment app like Paytm or Facebook or something like that, then there would be hardly any chance of getting a patent through.
Yes. Sir, I already reiterated on that what Samir sir said. See, any kind of computer application or algorithm which is having any kind of application in any kind of hardware, then that hardware itself is patentable. Recently, the Honorable Delhi High Court gave a judgment, and the Honorable High Court said any hardware having application related to computer program or any algorithm, then the hardware itself is patentable in nature. From that onwards, you can say, yes, if your hardware having any computer application, then computer application with the hardware is patentable. But computer application or algorithm per se is not patentable. This is all about that.
I think that's all. Is there any other question? Okay. So thank you very much once again, Mr. Samir Panda.
Yeah, hello, good afternoon, ma'am. I have a question.
Okay.
Yeah. Sir, I want to ask if I'm filing the copyright for my research work. So will the journal will accept my publication? Are they going to accept my publication?
Ma'am, it's a debatable issue. Let me tell you, whenever you are publishing your paper in any kind of journal, you are giving the copyrights to that particular publisher, right?
Yes, sir. That is there.
But if you want,
they also make sure that we have not published it somewhere, or we have not like this is not there in the public data. So if I am already filing the copyright, so that will be there in the public domain. So are they going to accept the paper?
It won't be in the public domain. It won't be in the public domain, Jyoti. So Subrat ji is in a government position, so he will not be able to answer that correctly. So I will solve your issue. So off the record, you can go for filing a copyright, and then you can go for the publisher's publication, and you need not disclose that you have already filed a copyright for that.
Right. Exactly.
Okay. And sir, if at both the from both the places I got the documentation, so will not be any problem in that
No,
case.
no, there will not be any problem. So if someone is copying your things, then the journal is not going to come to your rescue. But if someone is copying your things, then the government certificate will come to your rescue. That's why you should file a copyright application, get it granted, or at least file a copyright application. Then you go for any kind of other publication, and you need not disclose everything to any that. Uh, any journal publisher.
But so one thing I want to add here, even these journals, they like usually there is a form like if there is any kind of copyrights pertaining to your paper, you can just tell them, or even you can ask the concerned person. Even that is also there.
So there are few journals who are fussy about it, and there are few
Yeah.
journals who are open about it. So it depends on the people who are with whom you are dealing with. So you cannot. It's not a straight jacket rule, but it would be easier thing to do is that it would be a better thing to do is that first protect it on your name, then you go for any kind of application.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
I
Thank you, sir.
think that's all. Like one more
Dr.
question,
Sridhar Iyer, he had raised his hand. Perhaps he.
but he's not here, I think. When we publish a research paper, there is a copyright transfer form to the journal. What are we actually doing? So this is the same thing that sir has already like told us. So I think now we should conclude our session. Thank you, Mr. Subrat Sahu and Mr. Sameer Panda for enlightening our participants with your knowledgeable discourse. And again, I want to thank Mr. Sahu and Mr. Panda because thoroughly you have discussed in detail the procedure, each and everything by talking about this copyright, design, innovation, patent, and most importantly, how to file a patent, right? Because this is a common, I think, issue whenever someone thinks about patent and you don't know how to file it, right? So you have like shared everything in a detailed and lucid manner. Thank you very much. And I'm sure that the participants definitely they'll take advantage from these wonderful talks. And looking forward to both of you in the future also in our institution, definitely, sir. And now there is one more announcement for the participants that I have shared the feedback form link in the chat box. So it's mandatory for all of you to fill because even it would be considered as a part of attendance.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you, sir. Once again. Thank you so much. And our next session will be at 2:30. You may join the session by using the same link. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. So we'll start at 2:30, or we'll wait for some time?
So we may start.
Okay, so good afternoon to one and all. Let me take this opportunity to welcome the worthy expert of this third session, Sri Deepan Sahu. Sri Deepan Sahu is a development professional with more than 10 years of experience and has expertise in policy design and implementation in the areas of innovation and startup ecosystem development in higher educational institutions in India. He has obtained his second master's degree in development policy from the Korea Development Institute, a South Korean government policy think tank. He is currently serving as the capacity of assistant innovation director at the innovation cell of Ministry of HRD, that is housed at the All India Council for Technical Education, that is the AICTE, in Delhi. Sri Sahuji is associated with AICTE since 2017, and he is a co-member of the implementation team for the National Innovation and Startup Policy for the higher educational institutions. He plays a lead role in designing and implementing a number of other major national policy initiatives, such as the Atal ranking of institutions on the innovation achievement, institutions innovation council, and the MBA in innovation entrepreneurship and venture development international acceleration program for early stage startups. Sri Sahuji also manages a portfolio of various programs that are being implemented under the AICTE startup policy in academic institutions at AICTE. Sir, it's a privilege to have you here. Thank you for gracing us the occasion with your valuable presence. So, dear participants, without taking much time, I would like to invite Mr. Deepan Sahu to speak. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Saurav. Thank you, Dr. Shyama Kiran, for this opportunity. And I always feel great when receive this kind of opportunity to interact with the faculty members, the students, especially the education fraternity, because this kind of interaction is not only giving me a platform to communicate and sharing my thoughts and the knowledges, also to get the learnings and inputs from the other side to refine and enriching myself and my knowledge process. So I think it's a great opportunity, and I will thank NIT Jalandhar for this. My voice is going clearly.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's quite clear.
Yeah. Okay. So I think already 2 expert sessions are already over, right?
Yes, sir.
And mine is the third one, the last one.
Right, sir.
And how was that 2 sessions? Is it good? And मतलब क्या फीडबैक क्या है, थोड़ा सा कैसा है, सब कुछ ठीक है, लर्निंग इंटरेक्शन अच्छा गया है?
Yes, sir. Like quite great and even interactive also.
Okay. Okay, so what they've covered, the first one has covered about the startup, and the second one is covered around some IP and
IPR, like
that kind of thing.
little information about copyright design and then filing procedure for IPR.
Okay, so in this session, I will try to cover something mix of the two things, and I will touch upon very essential component. Generally, you will not get in other sessions or kind of things. This is called. Everybody knows there is requirement of innovation. Everybody knows that innovation is also essential, and startup is required, but we have to see that how to manage innovations in a startup, and how understanding the process is very, very important. And if we will not versed with the process, then only knowing the terminologies and knowing the importance will not add much values, right? So today we will understand the management process of how to manage innovations, how to deal with innovations, what are the actually nuances of the tools used for managing innovations, intellectual properties in startups, so that startup will grow in a what I will say, in a better in the scientific way or in the planned way, right? So let me share my presentations or PPTs with you all. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it's there.
Okay. Okay, so today I will talk about the innovation management in startups. But before I jump into my core topic, I want to make you aware about certain things which will set a background, which will set a base for better understanding. So in this diagram, you can see there are different waves, right? And these waves represent the industrial revolutions happened in last 200 to 300 years. And the series of these industrial revolutions, how and the pattern of the revolutions happened. So if you will see, the first revolution happened in 1800, especially the first wave, this industrial revolution happened in 1770 to 1830. So this is the first revolution. And the second industrial revolution happened from 1830 to 1870. Mostly it is the steam engine. And the third wave is for the heavy engineering and steel and electricity sector. And the fourth wave is an oil, automobile, and mass production. It happened in 1910 to 1975. And IT, information technology revolution, as a fifth wave in 1971. And since 2000, already we are in phase of the sixth wave, and that is on clean tech, biotech, and also in the digital revolutions are happening. And we can say it's the fifth industrial revolution, fourth and fifth industrial revolution. All these are the part of the sixth wave. So this series of industrial revolutions happening, and the pattern of all these industrial revolution is that this revolution happened just immediate after through certain crisis. It may be a man-made crisis or what other crisis, but always every crisis leads to one revolution, and every industrial revolution comes with two things in that as a single or as a bundle or a single packet, called technical revolution and a technological revolution. So that means when in a layman language, every crisis leads to a series of a wave of innovation, or we can say the industrial revolution. And every industrial revolution has component of technical innovation and technological innovation, or you can say the revolution. So this is the crux of what the pattern of revolution innovations happening, and how the crisis is interconnected with all these kind of revolutions. So if you want to see any changes in future, then definitely you should expect any kind of a crisis to come. Without crisis, no revolution will come. Without crisis, no big industrial move will come. So definitely, and crisis is inevitable, and we should welcome the crisis. This is the first learning from this whole graph. And the second learning is that every crisis comes with some better and improvisation of the innovation. And we see in terms of technical or also in the term from the non-technological. Now we will understand what is the difference between technical revolution and technological revolution. And if you will not understand these two in properly, then I think it is very difficult to differentiate and the innovation process. So what is the difference between technical and technological? See, technological means something that material change, like somebody has invented any new material or kind of a new tools or machines, all kind of things, all kind of inventions, all kind of patents or inventions and new things that we discover. It comes from the technological revolution, right? But what is the technical revolution? The process which leads to the technological revolution is called the technical revolution. Something like we call it's a non-material changes. We call it technical revolution. Somebody has come up with accounting principles. Something came up with new theories, new equations, new ways of combining the things. So it's kind of a technical revolution is a non-material, whereas technological revolution is most likely kind of material changes. So these two things comes one after another or simultaneously, and when both combine, they take a form of industrial revolution. And that industrial revolution move in form of a wave, and that creates a large change in the industrial and in the markets, in the market or in the society. Let's see a few examples of technological innovations. So this box, what you're seeing, it is a portable blood bank. Okay, this technology, this blood bank was actually invented and developed and used during World War I, and this was developed by US and the British Army in 1917. And this technology we are still using, but in a better format, but in a better improvised version. But what the blood bank concept or the technology or we are using, actually it was invented in 1917 during World War I. Comes to the another common technology we are using in everyday life, that is called the zipper, right? The zippers we are using in various in your clothes and other locations or other places. Actually, this zipper was developed in 1923. Right, this was also developed during the World War, post World War I. In this diagram, you can see the jackets. Actually, these jackets are the body armors. What you are seeing, the soldiers are exhibiting this body armors. Actually, it is called bulletproof jackets. What we are using today. So actually, these bulletproof jackets was developed by US Army during the World War I, and now we are using this bulletproof jackets, but in a very improvised and refined form. So you can see that this kind of technologies, those were developed long back, and still we are using it is in practice. And this kind of technology is actually changing the life and changing the whole industry in a different way. Comes to this wristwatch, everybody is using the watch, right? Everybody is there. They love to wear a wristwatch, but actually this wristwatch is not invented for the purpose of what we are using now. This wristwatch actually was invented and developed for the aviators, because they have to watch the time, they have to follow the time schedule in a very strict way, and it was developed for them. But later, based on the utility, it started used as a fashion, and everybody started using this wristwatch. But earlier it was not a wristwatch. Actually, it was pocket watch. Then pocket watch converted into wristwatch. So this is the history of this watch technology. It was used in World War I, and now everybody is a common technology, and everybody is using this kind of watches. Now, very interesting, this is called a drone, right? So now everybody is using they're fascinated towards the drone and using the drone for different innovations and startups. But actually this drone was invented in during the World War I, and this drone, you can see the design. They just put the wings in torpedo and they just put a fire to the torpedo, and it was it performed certain role as like drone. So it was invented in 1918, and see, but certain technologies were not well recognized in the due course. But now you are started again using the drone technology for different both defense, both and other welfare and development purposes also. So what we've discussed and what we see the pictures of the technologies, these are the part of the technological innovations, but there are technical innovations also happened in this last 60 to 70 years. As I say, that every crisis leads to some changes. So if I will talk or I will mention about the various technical innovations, so I hope you all are about the terminologies and the concept of project management, quality management, and innovation management. Actually, in 1950, the technical revolution gave us the concept of the project management. Especially during the post-World War II, majority of the industrial centers, they started adopting the project management concept to manage the resources. And from there, the project management concept came. So in 1950, first time the project management came into the practice. But in 1980, so what the crisis happened in 1980, which gave us the quality management, it is the globalization and the liberalization. The globalization of economies happened in 1980. That gave us the concept of quality management, where the industry units, the production units, they focused more on the quality to enhance or to increase their export share. So quality management concept came in the post-liberalization, the post-globalization period to increase the export market share of industrial units. And in 2010, the innovation management concept came into practice because we had series of crises. Actually, the resource scantiness and post-crisis scenarios actually forced the industries to come together, to collaborate and to co-create and go for a resource sharing mechanism, so that there will be more high shock absorbing capacity of the units or the industries, so that from there the innovation management concept came. And in last 20 years, in the last 2 decades, every countries, they are focusing on innovation and entrepreneurship. Actually, that is the reason why now innovation management concept is more prominent, and everybody has to learn this innovation management concept to manage innovations and to make sure that your system produce innovations and entrepreneurs on sustainable manner. So I hope so far I have mentioned about the crisis, the waves of industrial revolutions, and how every crisis leads to revolution, innovations, and combination of both technical and technological, and what type of technologies falls under the technological revolution, the innovation, and how technical innovations also shaping the world. So this is the so far in a very nutshell. I hope if you want to understand more, then you have to do some Googling and you have to get more knowledge on this. Now comes to the next capsule, the knowledge capsule, that is called innovation and economic growth. In this diagram, you will see the 2 diagrams, right? One is a graph, and which is upward graph, and you will find there are so many countries are placed with different bubble size, and India is one which is prominently seen with a higher bubble size, right? And this bubble size of countries, actually it came when we put 2 values together. In the x-axis, when you put GDP per capita of that particular country, and in the y-axis, when you will put the performance of that country in global innovation index. So you can see there is a very, very positive correlation in the trend and the relation between the GDP per capita and global innovation index. That means those countries have more GDP per capita. These countries are likely to perform better in global innovation index, and the other way around, those countries are performing good in global innovation index or high concentration of innovation activities. There is high chance they will enhance or they will improve in their GDP per capita, right? So both ways is right. So here, what is the take-home message? The take-home message that the country, those are performing good in innovation entrepreneurship, definitely there is a high chance of moving forward in terms of economic and social development. And India is one of the biggest beneficiary in this whole relation, because the size of bubble for our country is quite bigger as compared to the other countries, especially other developing countries. So this is a very good positive sign for our country. We are in a right track, and the path and the approach we are adopting is also in the right direction. Let's understand a bit more in depth that how it is correlated with countries' development. So in this world map, the other graph or another picture, where you can see that this whole in the world map, there are high concentration of blue dots and also innovation green dots scattered across actually almost all the countries. So you will find that high concentration in North America, in European region. Also you will find high concentration of blue dots in our country India and certain part of China, Japan, certain in these countries. So what it indicates, that high concentration of blue dots indicates there is presence of science and technology clusters, and these science and technology clusters, they are undertaking and performing the role of producing innovations and industries and further technological growth. And it is evident from this graph or in this whole picture that mostly this concentration is located in the developed countries and or developing or transitional countries like emerging countries like India and China. And it clearly says, without science and technology, without innovation and entrepreneurship, development or the advancement of a country's economy is not possible. And which is, we have to accept it at its, I will say that from its base. So then the next question is that if innovation, science and technology is essential, then who is going to play that role? There must be some individuals has to take the responsibility, right? Or some unit of economy has to take care of this science and technology movement. So generally, innovators and entrepreneurs and educational institutions are the epicenters of this innovation and science and technological development. And innovators and entrepreneurs, they help in not only in the increasing the employment opportunity through self-employment, also they address the development challenges raised through this kind of a dependent upon the economic growth and industrial growth, all kind of things. And these innovators and entrepreneurs, they also help in a stable and civil society. And I believe the countries, those have good quality of or good number of innovators and entrepreneurs, that countries prospers a lot. And they perform not only in the economic development, also they perform in social and environmental parameters too. Then if entrepreneur and innovators are the key and they are individuals, so actually how we can differentiate that necessity-driven entrepreneurship and opportunity-driven entrepreneurship? How we are going to distinguish the businessmen and entrepreneurs? How we are going to distinguish scalable and high-growth business with stagnant and or stagnant or the non-innovative enterprises. There is a very positive or a kind of a very simple thumb rules to understand this. So consider if any individual choose innovation or entrepreneurship path because of compulsion, because of force, because of some liability, then we call it necessity-driven entrepreneurship. Especially you will find this kind of necessity-driven entrepreneurship in African countries or the countries where the economy is not good and government is not able to create number of job opportunities. There you will find necessity-driven entrepreneurship, and generally they took this entrepreneurship path or try to do something business to survive and to sustain their livelihood. So necessity-driven entrepreneurship is actually not a good tool for the economic growth, but it is applicable or it is essential for that particular country because they are surviving. So doing some innovation and entrepreneurship for surviving or for the sustaining the livelihood is not going to take you to the extra mile. Coming to the opportunity-driven entrepreneurship, this is actually entrepreneurship where your stomach is full, you are not chasing for your livelihood, you have already financially or other things are already taken care. You are thinking upon some problems which is not yet solved. You are thinking of something, there is opportunity for business creation and there is opportunities for enhancing the livelihood further. So that is called opportunity entrepreneurship. You will find this opportunity entrepreneurship in advanced countries, but the good thing is that 10 years back in our country, it was kind of a necessity-driven entrepreneurship. But now, since when our educational institutions, student and faculty members, they have started taking the responsibility to become an innovator entrepreneur, now we are moving slightly and inclined towards as an opportunity entrepreneurship. So this is a very good sign for our country that we have shifted our mindset from a necessity-driven to an opportunity-driven. This is a very good sign. And this is the take-home message from this slide. Now comes to the another very important aspect that actually if entrepreneur is the change agent, then where these entrepreneurs live, what they do. So actually they live everywhere. Wherever our human beings are there, every human being has the potential to become an innovator and entrepreneur. They have to just trigger their creative mindset. They have to change their behavior and they have to start doing some action towards problem solving. And if they will pursue that path, then after attempting once or twice or thrice, they will start contributing and they will start developing some good quality innovations and entrepreneurship. So it is only the perseverance and focused approach towards problem solving and solution development, I think that will put everybody's mindset and action towards the alignment of innovation and entrepreneurship. They can be from any religion, they can be any gender, they can be from any caste, and the innovation or this entrepreneurship, they adopt different level of innovations. It may be high tech, it may be low tech, even there is no technical innovation also, but still they will perform better and they will do much good innovative works compared to the others. So these entrepreneurs, there are lots of myths we have to break, and we have to start with a very open-minded that innovators and entrepreneurs do exist everywhere, and every individual have this capacity to become an innovator and entrepreneur, and we have to just try, test and evolve. That is the only principle we have to focus, and objectives should be problem solving and solution development and customer adoption. These 3 points only you have to adopt. Comes to another very important aspect or important things we should know, that why we are giving much importance to these startups or entrepreneurs, and why not these big companies or the corporates. No doubt big companies, big corporates, they have lots of money, they have a human capital, that definitely they can do big research, they can come with breakthrough innovations. But the problem with big companies and the corporates is that they can't employ all. If you will see the total employment share, only 10 to 20% of the total human workforce employed by these big companies. Remain 80 to 80% of the total workforce that depend on small and medium enterprises or startups or farming activities for their livelihood. That means big companies play their role is very, very important, but it is limited. And these startups and small and medium enterprises, by using the innovation and entrepreneurship pathways, they can help in developing equitable economic growth. And when I say equitable, that means the wealth is not restricted to the only certain industries. The wealth is distributed among all the stakeholders, distributed to the common people, distributed to the because startups can grow in second and third tier cities. Startups can happen in large rural and village areas. So if startup can happen in small and rural areas, then definitely the people, those are part of that startup, they will gain the wealth and capital formation, then wealth generation will be well distributed across the whole country. And startups also break the economic power. They break the monopoly of big companies, because through innovation, they came up with cost-effective solutions which breaks the monopoly of products from developed or products from the big corporates and the companies, because they provide better solutions with less affordable price and very effective solutions. Similarly, they also help in increasing the standard of living of all the people or the stakeholders, because they connect with both backward and forward supply chain stakeholders. Whoever comes in the supply chain, startups take care of everybody. They never sideline or they never neglect or ignore the stakeholders, because they believe on very lean startup model, where they believe on startups believe on win-win situation for each and every stakeholders. But big companies, they try to neglect or ignore, and they always look from the investor's point of view to maximize the profit and to benefit to the investor rather than the stakeholders. So this is the biggest difference between a startup and the big companies. And startups and small medium enterprises have lots of positive and advantages compared to the big companies in terms of contributing to economic growth and sustainability of the countries. So how it happened, how the planned behavior and value creation happened in terms when individuals trying to take this entrepreneurship and innovation pathway to become a change agent. So first thing is that the attitude plays the bigger role, and if an individual have the attitude of self-efficacy, ability and control on the things, and have a passion and willingness, and you can test this attitude by observing if somebody has the attitude of I can be or I want to be. So this kind of confidence, self-efficacy these people have, that means they have the attitude of entrepreneurship. They have the entrepreneurial attitude. But having only attitude is not going to help anymore. That attitude has to convert into an intention. And when attitude convert into intention, then I can be, I want to be, all these words, all these sentences started convert into I am planning to be. So it's kind of, they've started acting, they've started developing the planning actions, and they have a strong commitment and intention towards converting their ideas or thought process into action. So this is called intention. Once attitude has been built up and intention has been set, then they have to behave, and that behavior of actually it is the reflection in terms of the actions, in terms of the outputs, and that is the what these three components when come together with accompanied with the competencies through skilling, through reskilling, through upgradation of the kind of things, through interaction with people, then all total, these entrepreneurs playing the role of change agent, and they drive the economy by through their innovation and startup. So this is the whole process. And these are the key characteristics of individuals or entrepreneurs and the individuals. You can also identify if these characteristics are with you, then you are also one type of entrepreneur, or you are in the path of to become an entrepreneur. The first one is called motivation. If any individual has the self-motivation to initiate, to plan, and to do any activity, that means they are qualifying the first level to become an entrepreneur. Motivation, that should be self-motivation. It's not the motivation from the external parties. Motivation should come within from you. That is called self-motivation. Now, the second level to qualify to become an entrepreneur is called creative tendency. If any individual or if any self-motivated individual, okay, if any self-motivated individual, he is feeling become restless. If he come across with idea, or if he or she come across with any problem he encountered during their daily life, and he's become restless, so far he doesn't found any solution. So the restlessness within the individual towards identifying the problem, solving the problem, and prescribing solutions is called creative tendency. If somebody has the self-motivation and creative tendency, then I think they are qualifying this level, the second level, to become an entrepreneur. The third level is called calculated risk-taking. If any individual have a self-motivation and also sufficient creative tendency, and also he has acquired the risk-taking abilities, that is based on information, based on the logic, based on the research, and based on the interaction and input from the others, if he will start taking decision and actions and doing the planning, then we call it is calculated risk-taking. Simply jumping without planning is called gambling. So gambling should be avoided. Calculated risk-taking is more preferable, and entrepreneurs do these things very diligently. The fourth one is called locus of control. Once an individual have the self-motivation and have a sufficient creative tendency and also have the quality of calculated risk-taking, then the fourth level to qualify to become an entrepreneur is called locus of control. The locus of control says that when you have the plan and you have decided to do something, and when you will start acting on it, then you have to follow certain things. First thing is the timeline. And the second thing, also you should know what are the external and internal factors will play while implementing this assignment. And as an entrepreneur, you should have a control over and better understanding over the external factors, and you should have better control over the internal factors, so that you will be able to start, you will make a good progress, and also you will complete the task on time by utilizing the resources or by mobilizing the resources. So these four things, when somebody is satisfied and have developed a sufficient level of characteristics, then they are the right person to start or to become an entrepreneur. And almost all entrepreneurs have a quite sufficiency and kind of a abilities in all these four characteristics. So this is a message to you all. If you want to become an entrepreneur, or if you want to become an entrepreneur also, you should have these four things. You can try, you can develop, and you can practice. In next 5 to 6 months, definitely you will, once you will do consciously, then definitely you will develop these qualities, and that will help you to think a bigger picture, and also you can perform in your job, in your current job, as an entrepreneur. So this is the take-home message from this slide. Now comes to a very important concept I'm going to tell you all. So consider there are six blocks. Actually, the first one is called data. You will find the dots and the circles present in a very scattered way, and let's assume these scattered points are called data. So data exists everywhere. As an individual, since the morning I wake up till I go to bed, every time, every second, I have an opportunity to interact with various living and non-living objects, either in the form of meeting, or I interact with computer, I interact with non-living objects. So there are so many ways we interact in every second, and every interaction with any objective, and this called data points. But it depends on the data point is relevant to us or not. But every interaction has a data point, and this representation of scattered points, actually we call it data. When from this scattered block of data points, when we identify which data is relevant, which data is not relevant, which data is important, which data is not important, and when we prioritize and identify all these data points, we call it information. So that means data convert into, when data convert into a meaningful form, we call it information. And when that call it is knowledge. So see that how data, every interaction in our daily life, convert into information through a meaningful interpretation. And when we will start using this information for our use, for our benefit, we call it as knowledge. And they see the in the knowledge block, you will find the data points are related, data points are connected to each other. And from this knowledge, when you build the insight, when you will develop the concept, when you will develop the business models, when you will develop the innovations, that is called insight. And that insight, actually, it gives us the starting and the end point, the goal, what we want to do, how we want to do. And these insights, when you will start developing a prototype, or we will start pursuing the path with taking the starting and ending point, we call it as wisdom. And this wisdom is called startup. And these wisdoms are coming in the form of the patents. These wisdoms are coming in the form of technology transfers. These wisdoms comes in the form of the startups. And when these wisdoms in the form of startup, patent, or technology transfer, they will start generating revenues. We create empire. We create what you will say that wealth, and we create business with different creature having wings, having 4 legs, and complete thing. And this company, and this is actually analogy of a startup doing business and generating revenues. So see, the purpose of showing this diagram is actually, in a nutshell, if you will ask me, I will say every day we have all these interaction points, and it depends on us how we take this interaction point and how we use it for the benefit, and how we came up with a innovative solution, then startup, and to generate revenue. So this is all the process of interaction to innovation and entrepreneurship. So the starting point is very, very clear now. Starting point is the data. So data is the starting point. But what is data of whom? Data of the customer, for whom we are going to develop this solution. Whose problem is it? So we have to ask 3 things: what, why, and how. What means what we have to develop, and why you have to develop, and how we are going to do it. So if you ask these 3 questions, taking customer as a perspective, and then definitely your problem, your solution will come in a bigger way. And definitely for that, you have to rely on the data, you have to do some market research, and this is the starting point of your idea or the innovation. Once you have the data, once you have the idea, then maybe you will get n number of ideas. But from the n number of ideas, you have to identify which one needs to be pursued, which one you have to prioritize all these ideas, right? And this prioritization idea needs a certain systematic approach. And the first one is called the great idea. You have to identify out of these 5, 6, or 10, 15, whatever the ideas you have, which one you have to pursue, and which one you will name as a great idea, which one you have to discard. This is I think the quality where everyone, maximum people fail, because they do not have all this skill set or kind of approach to distinguish what is great idea, what is not a great idea, which has to be pursued, which not to be pursued. And there is a thumb rule for identifying and prioritizing the great ideas. It is a thumb rule. It is easy to apply, and that thumb rule is, let's understand what is the thumb rule. So first thing is that great idea can be evaluated by using the 4 things. The first thing, every great idea, there should be enough number. There should be a large number of customers. That is the prime and basic. That is the first. So if you have the 5 ideas, then just put a figure, assumption or approximation figure, that for each idea, how many customers customers are there to adopt it, either a geography or take a national boundary or state boundary or regional boundary, but try to put a figure for every idea that you have identified or you have shortlisted or you have developed, how many target customers are there for each idea to adopt once that idea will convert into innovation or a solution. So choose so that is the one thing. Second is called frequency that solution is used. So consider, just assume if your idea will convert into an innovation and the solution form, and once you have a target customer ready to adopt it, then how frequently they will use it. Is it just a one-time using of that solution, or they will use it for multiple times? So those ideas or those innovations have a multiple use. There is a high chance of more survivability because you will generate more revenue out of it. If it is only one-time solution, maybe you will sell only one product to the one customer. You will not able to create more solutions, or you will not able to produce more solutions, and there will be not a big enough market for you. So this is called frequency that solution is used. And the third point, which is very, very critical, willingness to pay for your solution. If there are target customers, there is also high chance they will use multiple times, but they don't want to pay for it because your solution is not up to the mark. Your solution has not that features and it is not appealing to the customers. Then the willingness not is there. Then I think all your money, resources, time you are spending towards innovation is going to useless. So number of target customers, frequency that solution will be used, and willingness to pay that solution by the customer. If you will put these 3 things into a one thing, and multiplication of all these values will give you a certain value. Then you have to divide these values with satisfaction or your competitor solutions. So you have to also see that is there any similar kind of solution or exact similar kind of things exist in the market offered by the different competitors. If there is some kind of things, then you have to compare their solution with your idea or your proposed benefits. And if your solution is better than the competitors, what they are offering, at the price, at the cost, at all the things, then you have to divide this value with this total value. Then there you will get a certain value, and then you can say that this idea is great idea, and compared to the remaining 3-4 ideas you have selected, and you have to pursue this great idea first and keeping other ideas as a secondary or tertiary on priority list. So this is the way, by using this thumb rule, you can prioritize your ideas, you can identify that idea is great or not, and also you can, before you start spending and investing your time and resources and money and everything, you can do this exercise, and through this you will save lots of money, and also you will be more focused and goal oriented, and definitely you will also see the path by how the timeline that you will reach to your goal. So this way you will become more efficient and effective. So this ideation process, once you will start, once you will generate idea, then you have to evaluate these ideas, right? And then you have to refine your ideas during the process of development, and you have to test it, then you have to start implementing. So this is generic process, but very, very critical steps you have to keep follow to avoid any kind of unnecessary, unwanted failure that will come on the way of innovation process if you will not having all the checkpoints in the process of innovation. Design thinking is a very important tool that is widely used by the many innovators, especially in the idea generation stage. especially in the idea generation and idea prioritization, then prototype development and testing stage. So design, I hope you all know about this design thinking, but let me in particular talk about the design thinking has 5 stages. First thing, you have to empathize. That means consider, if I am an innovator, I want to solve certain problems. First, I have to empathize with the situation. That means first I have to see that if I want to address the problem of the youth, then I have to first go and interact with youth. I have to start living with the youth. I have to start understanding the attitude, behavior, their all the aspect of the youth. If I want to address the problem and solution, entertain aspect, like how youth will be engaged, entertainment industry in a better way, then I have to understand at present our youths and our youth, how they are spending time on entertainment. What are the modalities, what are the opportunities do they have, and what kind of difficulties they are facing now, what are the constraints is there in the market. So for that, I have to get into the youth community. We have to interact. I have to go and interact. I have to start empathizing by observing, by interaction, by start doing some activities with them. Then I have to ask certain questions to them to understand what is their mind. So this whole exercise, we call it empathy mapping. So empathy mapping is the first stage of design thinking, and actually that empathy mapping gives a clarity on that for which target customer, for which geography, for what problem actually we are focusing on, and really that is a problem or not, or really there is a solution is already exists which is addressing the problem adequately or not. That things get validated in the empathy mapping stage. Once empathy mapping is done, you will come up with the problem statement, and the innovation team has to start brainstorming on that problem statement. We call it ideate process or ideation, and that ideation, then you have to utilize the great idea thumb rule that already I have explained to prioritize your ideations, and you have to start working on it. We call it prototype development. And once your prototype is development will start, you have to start testing in the real market, or you have to take the feedback from the customers, prospective customer, and you have to refine it. Then you have to move from TRL 1, TRL technology readiness level of 1 to 9, and finally when you are in the TRL stage 7 or 8, then you are ready for getting into the market. So this is the whole process of design thinking principle, application of the design thinking principle, utilizing thumb rule of great idea selection, and all the things, whole thing. When you will understand and mastery on this whole process understanding, then definitely it will be easy for you to work on the problem statements, identifying the problem, work on the problem statements, and then solution. And that solution definitely will click up to measure extent. There is a chances of failure on that innovation will be less compared to those who have not followed these kind of steps. I will not cover this one. Let's come to this one. This is very, very important. This is called when you have the solution, or when you are in the process of design thinking, and starting from problem identification to the prototype or solution development, then product development or prototype development, then the business model and startup development. The whole process, you have to make sure that there should be 3 feats. 3 feats should be achieved. If you will not able to achieve these 3 feats, then I think you are not in the right track. Even you will not able to success in your startup venture. The first feat you have to achieve at the beginning stage, that is when you have identified the problem and when you are in the process of developing a solution. And design thinking principle is going to help you in achieving the problem and solution feat. That means you have the problem you have identified, the solution you are prescribing, there should be a proper match, and you have to validate it. And the second level fit is called product and market fit. The product and market fit means when you develop your prototype, and you will traverse from the TRL stage from 4 to 7 or 8 or 9. Each and every stage you have to validate from the prospective customer to understand their requirement, to understand how your innovation features are meeting the need of people, how cost effectiveness, price, and willingness to pay, all the things. And when both the things will get aligned, we call it is product market fit. And this is very, very necessary before you get into the market, before you start launching your product. Once you launch your product in the market, then you have to make sure that the business model you are going to deploy to take your product to the customer, and how seamlessly, smoothly, and very systematically that product will see the market, customer will adopt it, and also there will be a flow for feedback from the customers for further improvisation, and the revenue channel, cost streams, collaboration, all the things in the form of business model canvas will take care of your business model fit. So these 3 fits has to be achieved at different stages, and it has to be synchronized, so that then only your startup venture journey from ideation to the startup and for the growth will work and will generate successful results. That is the key points and the take-home message for this session or from this slide. And I'm not going to talk about the all these business model canvas, because you have to look into things. But in a very nutshell, business model canvas has 9 components, and it is not that we have to start from one side and we have to complete the other side. Actually, business model canvas is the 9 compartments, and it starts with customer segment first. First, you have to put your values. First, you have to define who is your customer segment, who is your customer, who is your potential customer. Once you will define customer, then you have to comes to the value proposition segment, which is the second one. So first you have to talk about the customer segment. Then you have to talk about what value propositions you have. Your solution is going to provide to your customers, target customers. Once your value proposition and customer segment is properly matched, that is problem solution fit or the product market fit is achieved, then you have to see that what is the channel. This is called your business model fit, where the channel has to be appropriately fit to meet the benefits to the customer. Once channel is finalized, then also you have to establish a relationship between your customer and the company, so that feedback, two-way channels is as two-way of communication for improvisation, feedback, all kind of things will get resolved on continuous basis. So these 4 blocks you have to start first. Once these 4 blocks are complete, then only you will start working on revenue streams. What are the revenue streams through which you will generate money? And then you have to focus on key activities. What activities actually you have to carry out to generate revenue, to carry out the business, and what are the resources, what are the partners will come and help you in this whole process. And once you have all doing exercise for all these things, finally you have to come with cost structure. What are the costs actually you will incur or you have to invest in this whole thing. So sometimes what happens when we start doing some business, we start with cost rather than neglecting all these remaining things which actually need to be done first. So cost should come at the end. Customer and value proposition should come at the first. So this is the take-home message from this business model canvas. Now comes to the another very important slide, that is called innovation matrix. I hope you all know about there are 4 type of innovations out there, and one is called incremental innovation and is called radical innovation. Incremental innovation is those innovations. Consider if you have a product or you have a technology or you have a product. If that technology is just incremental version of existing technology, we call it as incremental innovation. But when that some technology which is invented first time, and you based on that invented technology you have created a new product, that we call radical innovation. So both incremental innovation and radical innovation is actually, it is related to the product or the process or the service innovations. Those are either from the existing or a completely new thing. But when it comes to the disruptive innovation, the sustaining innovation, this is not related to the product. Actually, it is the impact of product or service innovation that you have developed, how that product innovation has impacted in the market. Just consider, I have developed a mobile phone which is incremental innovation, and it's some upgraded and high version of the mobile platform, but it built on the existing platform or existing technology of the mobile phone. But when I introduce this mobile phone into the market, because it's designed in such way that and customers start purchasing these innovations, and it has disrupted the other mobile phone suppliers market, and then we call though my technology is incremental in nature, it is incremental innovation, but it has disrupted the whole market. So when I say incremental or radical, it is limited or it is restricted to the product or the technology itself. But when I say disruptive and sustaining, that means the technological innovation, maybe it's incremental or radical, how it is disrupting, or is it sustaining the innovation in the market or not. So disrupting, sustaining it for the market, whereas incremental and radical for the product. When you will put all these four things in the quadrant, you will find there are four quadrants now. One is incrementally disruptive, another is incrementally sustaining. Incrementally disruptive and incremental sustaining, what it says that technology is incremental, but when it introduced into the market, either it has disturbed the market or it is not disturbed the market. You will find many technologies introduced by the startups, even 70% of total startups in the whole world, the technologies they are working, it is incrementally sustaining. They are doing business, also their competitors are also doing business, and everybody is getting their business and they are doing the revenue and they are sustaining. So that means 70% of startups are incrementally sustaining, whereas 23% of the total startups, no doubt they are doing incremental innovation, but when they introduce in the market, it is disrupting the whole market. Mostly you will find companies, those are in the automobile, those are in the mobile phone, they are actually building the technologies, building the products on the incremental in nature, but it disrupts the market once it enter into the market. Now comes to the another two quadrant, that is called radically sustaining and radically disruptive. Radically sustaining means your innovation is radical, it is first of its kind, inventive and completely new, right? But even though it is inventive, even though it is radically designed, but when it introduced in the market, it is sustaining. It is not creating much buzz. It is not creating much disturbance in the market. And especially e-commerce industry, they are actually falls under this radically sustaining. Why I'm saying e-commerce industry, Ola, Zomato, all these things, they will fall into this radically sustaining because they came up with something very different way of doing the business by using the digital platforms. But because of this digital platform, other conventional way of doing business has not been eradicated. They also doing business. So this is called radically sustaining. But another category, it is called radically disruptive, which is very, very first of its kind. And the quadrant itself says that technology is radically done. And also when it introduced in the market, it has created a buzz and the disruption. Mostly you will find this kind of technology in the space industry. The SpaceX company and other these companies, they are in the breakthrough in the medical biotechnology or kind of a all these genetically industry, genetical engineering industries. The technology or the product actually create a big buzz and disruption in the market. They itself set a industry that it's called radically disruptive. But the hard thing is that only 1 to 2% total startups in the whole world, they focus on this radically disruptive, and they are successful in this journey. So I'm not going to take much about this radically disruptive and sustaining. And as I said, disruptive means something will disrupt the market, and sustaining means you will sustain. And but this disruption and sustaining actually it creates lots of confusion in the mind of innovators. Consider you being an innovator, you have developed something radically or kind of incremental innovation which has disrupted the market, right? And through this disruption, what happened? You will not able to get good quality or good number of customer at the beginning. No doubt your product is very good. No doubt you have created a buzzword and you have disrupted the market, but you will not get the good quality of customer at the beginning. Then you will start getting doubt over your innovation, that actually your innovation is actually going to click, or your innovation will actually get a good revenue in a long term or not. So this level of confusion at the beginning stage, actually it creates dilemma, and that's what we call innovator's dilemma. So this is the concept actually generally in the beginning stage of this kind of disruptive innovations. Many innovators, they give up. They say that no, actually I have developed something, but they never pursue it further for a long term, so that they will get a revenue or they will get a long-term success. This confusion stage we have to overcome, and that's why there are many management tools are there how to overcome this kind of confusions and dilemmatic situations. And this concept also you all need to understand in depth. Further, diffusion of such innovations. Once an individual or startup develop an innovation, that innovation has to be diffused and the technology has to be adopted by the customers. If you classify the whole customers, all kind of like consider that your product has for your product the target customers are at the age of 20 to 30, and those are especially those are in the college or in the academic. So if they are your customer, if you will classify the whole youth available in our country, those are falling into this age group of 20 to 30, and those are in academic, then there will be certain people, those are falling into as an innovator, certain customers will fall into as an early adopter, certain youths will fall into early majority, and certain customers will youth will fall into late majority, and you will also find certain people or certain youths falling into the laggards community. So this is the classification of the whole customers. So being an innovator or entrepreneur or the startup founder, once you have innovation ready, you have to see that who is going to adopt this. Definitely for you, your early majority and early adopters are the first two customers that you have to approach. So the more and more concise and specific way you will develop your product, so that at least you will target early majority. And but you have to start with early adopters, because early adopters will give you lots of feedback and they will take some level of risk, and they will give you the first customer traction for your product. But to sustain your startup and your innovation, you have to move to the early majority. Then only you will sustain in the market, because early majority, they are the part of the mainstream market. Early adopters, they are the part of the early market. So these two things, these two segments, you have to sub-segments, you have to work thoroughly. But there is a gap between this early adopter and the early majority. So this gap, you have to jump from here to here, and this is the phase you have to. Is very, very critical for you. If you will not make a jump, then maybe you will fail to take your startup to the next level, that is the growth stage. You will not be able to take. So initially, startup will find difficulties in getting the business traction and early adopters. Then they have to move to the early majority, and they have to overcome the bridge between this early adopter and the early majority. Now comes to the portfolio management of startups. Once startup or any innovator has developed these innovations, so generally they have to follow a management principle to manage the innovation. The first one is called 70-20-10 rule. So those are already well-established startups or the companies or the big companies. They follow this 70-20-10 standard rule. What 70-20-10 standard rule says that, consider if I am a company, consider I am a Google, right? If I am the CEO of the Google or any big kind of a big company, I have to follow a standard principle, thumb rule of 70-20-10. So what 70? 70 is your core. 70 is the 70% of your resources, 70% of your time you have to spend on your core business. That is what is your core to your company. That is your core product, core services. 20% you have to work. 20% of your resources, time, and research you have to focus on adjacent. Consider if something is core, like if just take one example, because today morning Samir Panda has taken your session, and his company name is TJ Tires. So TJ Tire is focusing on punctureless tires, right? And something that, so that is his core, right? That is the core. He has to focus on that. But that 70% of time he has to focus on that. His tires he has invented and he has worked. 20% of time he has to think for how he is going to add more value to the existing one. That means what improvisation, what new features, what logical extension of the current business he will add. So that is called 20%, which is called fall into the adjacent. Remain 10%. They have to think beyond the boundary what they are doing now. Something different, something maybe a different track, something new innovations they have to focus on. So 70% time focus on core, 20% of resource and time on adjacent of the core, and 10% of the total resource point time for something better innovation, something different, which your company wants to do in future. So this is called 70-20-10 thumb rule that every company, every standard and established company has to focus. But if I will use this standard rule for startups, then I think picture is a bit different. Understand a startup in its very, very early stage, in the first or second year of operation. So definitely in the first or second year of operation, they will focus on completely a new invention or completely new technology. That means 70-20-10 scale. First 70-20 is 0-0, and the last 10 is completely 100%. That means their whole energy is on 10, that is doing a completely new innovation. But if you will see the small and medium enterprises, those are risk aversive in nature. Those are not doing much innovation. You will find 95% of their energy, resource and time on their core only. They never deviate into other things. They know what to produce, what to sell. They simply focus on 95% on that. Especially you will find small and medium enterprises, and those are not innovative in nature. 5% time for business value addition that they are doing, but 0 on innovation. Now comes to the how the life cycle of this innovation will help, will move in a startup. Definitely at the early stage of a startup, it will start with 0-0-100. But once they will develop the product market fit, once they will getting into the market, once they will started generating revenue, they have to focus on 80-20-0. That means 80% time to streamline the existing business, 20% time in business value addition. They should not focus more on new innovations for certain time period. Once they establish their business line after 2 to 3 or 4 years of operation, then they should start focusing on 65-35. That means 65% on business, the core business, 30% on enhancing the business or the adjacent values, and 5% they will start more on research and development of new innovations. So see the shift of 0-0-100 to 80-20-0, then 65-35. So this is the life cycle of an innovation happens in a startup in a period from 0 to 5 years. So this is the standard as thumb rule. I'm not saying this is the correct one, but this is thumb rule. So once one will understand, they can strategize, they can plan the whole process of innovation, how, where, and what they will spend, how to prioritize their things. So far I have covered the prioritizing, identifying the ideas, prioritizing their ideas, then validating the ideas, then managing the whole innovation, planning the innovation. So everything I have covered so far. Few things are there. Next 10 to 15 minutes, I will cover the other important things. So the whole process of starting from learning stage to the ideation stage to the innovation stage, then impact or the value generation stage, the uncertainty of the innovations, you will see the uncertainty of the innovation is getting narrowed down as you progress towards development of your startup and in the market and for the growth. That means the process will get streamlined and standardized, and you will, with experience, you will get evolve better way and to manage the innovations and the portfolios as you progress from single person to a team formation, then startup formation, then growth of startups and scaling of the startups or your business or innovation. And there are different 10 levels in a startup innovation can happen. So the innovation can happen at the business model level, innovation can happen at the product and service level, innovation can happen at the marketing or reaching out to the customer level. So there are 10 points in your whole startup portfolio and the whole startup value chain. Innovation can happen. Innovation can happen at your profit model level, right? How you are generating profit, how you are making profit. Innovation can happen at the network level. Innovation can happen at the structure and the process level. So all these 4 components falls into the business model innovations. Whereas how you are generating product, how you are refining your product, how you are customizing the whole product as per the customer requirement. What you are offering is called the product or the service innovation. That is your core, and you have to focus. And based on that, your both business model innovation and marketing innovation evolves and revolves. Then in your marketing innovation, service innovation, channel innovation, brand innovation, customer engagement innovation, all these things comes as a supplement to your core innovation. And all these 10 type of innovations, every startup should work out, and they should make sure that they innovate in each and every aspect of this startup value chain in components, so that they will stay ahead from their competitors, and they will lead in the market. Comes to the other ways of managing innovations. There are pull-based process, there are push-based process, there are agile and lean process. So what is pull-based models? Push and pull-based model. The meaning is very, very easy, right? Let's understand what is push. So push means we are pushing something. Consider you are an innovator, or consider you are a startup. You have some innovations, and how you will get into the market. So that means your innovation, when your innovation is designed based on customers' demand, based on customers' requirement, and that the problem is prevalent, and there is no solution in the market, and you have identified that problem, you have worked out a solution, and you have developed a solution, you are offering that solution. That means your solution has a great demand among the customers, because that problem is prevalent, it is not yet solved. And that's why when you introduce your innovation, they pull it. That is called pull-based model. That means your innovation is customer and market oriented. But when your product or when your innovation is not on the prevalent problem of customer, rather your product or innovation is developed based on the research, based on the kind of a discovering the need of the problem, like discovering the need of the customer. Something customer is not aware about the problem, but customer has that problem, but they have not discovered it. They are not aware about that problem. Like Apple, what Apple is doing, Apple discovers certain insight from the customers, and they design a product, then they introduce in the market by saying that, see, this is the kind of aspiration you have. See, I came up some product to meet your aspiration. That is called push-based model. You are pushing certain innovations to the customer for adoption or for purchasing. But pull-based models are actually something you designed a product or solution or innovation that is directly based on the problem people are facing now. So this is called pull-based model. So pull-based model has a great demand, and definitely they will get the customer in the first day itself. But for push-based model, it will take certain times to generate that awareness, to discover that problem among the people, to realize, oh, this is really my aspiration, let me purchase and try. So push-based model generally adopted by the Samsung, Apple, IKEA, these kind of companies. But pull-based models are being adopted by the all small companies and startups. Even all startups, they go for the pull-based model. So it depends on you what kind of technology, what kind of research, and what kind of capital you have for this push-based model and the pull-based model. Another, especially in the pharmaceutical industries, they go for phase gate process to manage the innovation. What phase gate process is that? Because in pharmaceutical industry, in the drug designing and all kind of this thing process, there is involvement of lots of complex procedures. So what they do, they create phases. So phases of the innovation, and they set certain criteria for at each phase gate, so that once they pass from phase 1 to phase 2, after qualifying all these criteria, there is a less chance of failure. That means they set certain phases of innovation, and they try to satisfy the criteria set for each phase while moving from phase 1 to phase 2 or one phase to the another phase, so that the money, the resources, the kind of results achieved in phase 1 or in one phase will not get wasted. and there is a less chance of failure. So this kind of process generally adopted in the pharmaceutical industry or the kind. And the last one is called agile and lean startup. Almost all startups, small and like either technical or non-technical, because there is a resource constraint, they have no much resources, and mostly their innovation is based on a pool oriented. They go for agile or the lean startup model, where they develop certain things, then they go to the market, they validate that, they come with learning, again they refine, again they get into the market. So this cycle goes on, and through that they come up with the innovation and they survive in the market. So this is all about agile and lean startup. I'm not going to take much time, and but what I have said so far, to adopt this, Ministry of Education is doing so many initiatives and we have so many programs. So what we are trying to do, in every higher education institutions, every faculty and student and staffs, all kind of stakeholders, those are part of higher education institutions. So we are trying to prepare the ecosystem to streamline and strengthening the ecosystem in higher education institutions, the schools. And once the ecosystem is prepared, then that ecosystem will start producing results, and they will start responding to the interactions happens between the stakeholders, and that creates pathways for quality innovation startups and entrepreneurship. And once this responsiveness continue for a substantial period, then it starts performing in terms of generating sustainable innovations and entrepreneurship in a sustained manner. And this is the whole ecosystem Ministry of Education is working and trying to enable our higher education institutions to get a streamlined and strengthened ecosystem in their campuses. And there are so many programs we are running, and Institutions Innovation Council is one. Auto ranking of institutions innovation is another major program, and adoption of national innovation startup policies, the major programs happening. And besides this, we have other programs like Smart India Hackathon, where we are trying to engage the youths in problem solving. And we have programs like Kapila program, through which we are providing supports to institutions in IP generation and the filing. We have national awards and reward programs. We have ambassador training program. We have mentor-mentee interaction programs. We have impact lecture programs. So there are so many programs are there, and through all these programs, we are trying to preparing our educational institutions, enabling them to take the challenges, to streamline their campuses, campus ecosystems, and having good interactions, regular interaction within the disciplines and departments, then within institutions and enablers, ecosystem partners, towards preparing our faculty and student members to choose entrepreneurship and innovation as an alternative career option. Ultimately, our objective is that the more and more innovations, IPs, technology transfers, startups, investments comes from our educational institutions, and our student faculty members, they choose this entrepreneurship career path, and they will establish themselves as a successful innovator, entrepreneur, and they will come up with startups which will create more jobs, and they will give jobs to others, and they will not only lead the local economy, also they will contribute to the national economy and global prosperity. So this is all about our programs, and I will stop my presentations here. This is my contacts and coordinates. You can reach to me.
Thank you very much, sir. And I must say that for this stimulating talk and for illuminating our participants with innovation in startups, innovation in economic growth, key entrepreneurial characteristics, model of startup, concept generation, achieving fit, business model concepts, action plan and policies. Indeed, wonderful insights about startups. So is there any question you can directly ask to Mr. Deepan Sahu? Yes. So there's some questions in the chat box.
There are so many. I don't know which one.
You may start with Mr. Anand.
Could you please clarify my query below? Suppose we have some idea to produce a product or service, we need to start an organized company to do this activity. What is the producer formal registered as a company? See, the first basic question is that if you have an idea, you have to start working on that idea to develop the product and service. There is no need to start a company on the day one, because starting a company is again a cost and it is an investment. First thing is that till you reach TRL 7, there is no need to start a company. Once you will reach to TRL 5 or 6 or 7, once you know that next 2 to 3 months you have to engage with lots of partners, you have to for each production, you have to take lots of compliances, regulatory, then only you go for registering the startup. Till you reach TRL 6 or 7, you start as an individual, as a team, without formulating the company. By that, you will save lots of time, because once you will register a startup, automatically you do business or not, you have to satisfy certain conditions, you have to do certain activities, again that is going to be a burden, right? Don't spend money, don't waste your resources, don't divert yourself in developing web pages, registering startup, fulfilling compliances, giving the GST. Don't do like this. So far, you are not satisfied that your product is reached to TRL 6 or 7, and next 2 to 3 months or 5 months you are going to into the market. Till that time, you have to take it as like an individual or as a team. But condition is different, situation will be different. If you have already 1, 2, 3 product in your company and you are doing company, then you have to just add add the new innovation as just a portfolio of it, right? So in that way, you can manage. What I understood from your company, from your question, is that you are an individual and you have to start your first innovation. In case of the first innovation, go with this lean model of develop your technology, reach to TRL stage 6 or 7, and be clear that in next 5 months or 6 months after that, you will get into the market. Then you form a company. Then you add that innovation as one of the portfolio. Then by using the startup as an entity, you reach to the partner, you do the partnership, collaboration, production unit and everything, you fulfill the compliances, then you start your business.
Okay, is there any other question? Dr. Vishan Gupta, sir, you may ask. Sir, again, one more question is from Mr. Anand.
Yeah, actually, I think this is related to the registration of the company. He can approach to incubation unit of your institute or any CA, they will guide them.
Okay, I think that's all, sir. Once again, thank you very much for your time, consideration, and definitely this enlightening talk. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
And thanks to all the participants. I have already shared the feedback form.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. CE certificate will be issued to all of you after the verification of the attendance. We have already shared the feedback form with you for the first 2 sessions as well as for this one. Thank you so much.